Yellow hair that violates all the laws of physics, tall, with a good shape, yes, it was Minato Namikaze. Now Yellow Lightning was clearly skipping work, as he was sleeping and still hadn't shown up for work. Where he was already covered with a 3-story mat by Shikaku Nara. A bright girl, and she was bright because of her red hair and sweet smile. Konoha's strongest Chunin was on her way home now. It was Kushina Uzumaki. Red hair is one of the main features of the Uzumaki clan. Now there are almost no such people left. That's home sweet home. Kushina opened the door, took off her shoes and walked on as she saw her husband's shoes. Kushina ran into the bedroom where her husband was sleeping. Deciding to teach Minato a lesson, she sat on him and screamed at the top of her voice, Minatagawa of Threas of Vihovavat Bui. Kushina shouted. Minato abruptly opened his eyes and saw a red fox cub with 9 tails. What do you mean you re such a fox now? Said Minato, and teleporting to kunai on the wall with the help of Hiraition took a stand. Ha ha. The fox started laughing and rolling around on the bed. Minato's face was like, well, what again? From what the current increased Kushina's laugh more, well, your face screamed with laughter. Kushina. Minato came up and began to tickle the girl, from which she could no longer restrain henge and again turned into a cute girl in modest clothes, namely a sleeveless blouse with a high collar, a long loose-fitting dress with a bracelet on her left wrist and standard shinobi sandals. The girl's hair, which was very long and reached to her hips, now covered the entire bed. Kushina liked to call them the red threads of fate. Kushina laughed so brightly and loudly, filling the room with her sweet voice, which made Minato smile. Ahaha, enough, well, stop laughing all Kushina. Minato stopped tickling the girl and bit into her lips. In a sweet kiss. It could have gone further if Kushina hadn't abruptly interrupted him. Minato, you and I are going to have a baby, Kushina said. At the same time, she smiled sweetly and kept her hands on her husband's face. Who had shock on his face. He could not believe that the morning would start on the stalk perfectly. I'm going to be a father, I'm going to be a mom, I'm going to be a father, and again the kiss that was instead of the word thank you. And now my dear to work, Kushina said, tearing herself away from her husband's lips. What, but how? Damn, Kushina, shouted Minato after the fleeing girl. After all, it was she who turned off the alarm clock, and now it's already 10 in the morning. Quickly dressed, Minato, using the technique, came to work where he was grabbed by the shadow of Shikaku, where was an old comrade from the Nara clan asked. Meanwhile, Kushina went to her friend who was also due to give birth. Kushina could only trust her alone. It was Mikoto who became her first friend, and then she already met Minato. Having passed into the Uchi clan, which was in the center of Konoha, they truly deserved this place since they were the founder clan. The guards had already gotten used to the Hokage's wife and quietly let her through. Kushina went to the house of the head of the clan, who was not at home right now, and without finding a friend, she went into the courtyard. Where just the same, a friend has already settled down with a slightly protruding stomach. It was a black-haired kunoichi of the same age as Kushina herself. Mikoto was a fair-skinned woman with long black hair with bangs that hung down on both sides of her forehead, irregularly framing her cheeks and black eyes. She was dressed in a simple dark purple blouse with a red and plum skirt and a light yellow apron, which she usually wore over a blouse. The girl, although she dressed very simply, but this only hid her elegant appearance. While she was a Chunin, Konoha had her body eroded quite well, as had Kushina herself. She revealed herself only to her own, making her a true uchiha. Hello, Kushina shouted and rushed into the arms of her friend. Mikoto wasn't even surprised, but Liz took her friend into her arms. Kushina was happy that her husband was not at home with him, her friend was too withdrawn. Hi, said Mikoto, stroking her friend on the back. Well, that moment finally coincided. When your husband is not at home, honestly, he got me. How you tolerate him, Kushina said. Haha, what can we do about such customs, Mikoto said, exhaling heavily. Okay, I'm sorry, don't go limp, you have me. How are you doing there, Kushina asked. She was uneasy because she reminded her friend of the bad. Nah, come on, I'm looking at you today like the sun. Is it really going to be your firstborn? Mikoto asked, bringing her head closer to her friend while smiling sweetly. Hee-hee-da, Kushina shouted well, so that it would be loud to a friend and not to the whole neighborhood. Mikoto smiled and hugged her friend. Congratulations, honey. I'm sure you'll be happy, Mikoto said. So what did Kushina say there when they broke off their embrace? I have, said Mikoto, and putting her hand on her stomach and slowly stroking it while smiling sweetly. There will be twins, Kushina said, hugging her friend again, who clearly did not expect this and almost fell. They both laughed loudly and looked into each other's eyes. Black as night and purple eyes collided. Mikoto, and you will have a boy and a girl, Kushina asked while smiling insidiously. Yes, I would like a daughter who looks a lot like me. Always, and my dream came true. Fugaku was glad for the boy, but not so much for the girl. Hugh, she breathed out languidly from the grief that had rolled over her. Hey, don't go limp, you have 2 times more joy than me. That's enough, okay, Kushina said, hugging her friend and stroking her back. It seemed that they had changed places, before Mikoto so calmed Kushina and now the opposite. And why whimper such a question, asked Uchiha, who moved away a little and came to her senses. Well, you know, my son will love your daughter, something tells me about it. Kushina said, I even became interested myself. Well, I won't give my daughter to anyone just like that, Mikoto said. Of course, ULLC, Kushina said. Let's go have a cup of tea, said Mikoto, and got up and opened the door. Oh, it's like Itachi came there. Hi mom, said Itachi, who came from the street. Itachi was considered truly a genius. He has already been equated with Minato in terms of genius. Hi, son, will you eat? Asked Mikoto. Then Kushina came out for her. Hi Itachi-kun, how are you doing? Asked Uzumaki. Hello Kushina-san. Mom, no thanks, I won't eat. Things are great, Itachi said. UTI, how serious you are, said Kushina, taking Itachi's cheeks and stretching them. Uchiha himself did not resist. Well, Kushina-san, I'm not small, said Itachi, who still wasn't used to it. He still remembers the red-haired one from childhood. She did it more than once. Deep down, he was already attached to her. Kushina still remembered this beautiful day. It was magnificent. As well as the time before her birth. Before that, she was able to visit a friend who was giving birth. So it came on July 23rd today. Kushina knew that her friend was giving birth and could not miss this day. Yes, Kushina was even at the birth of Itachi, so that she won't miss this time either. Getting up in the morning and washing her face, she went to prepare breakfast. After cooking, she went up to her husband and gently kissed him on the lips. Get up, my beloved, Kushina said, slightly rubbing her husband's shoulder. Good morning, darling, come on, I told you to go to Mikoto. As if I was against it, Minato said. Good morning, thank you, Kushina said, and found herself in the hands of Minato, who carried her to the kitchen. Ahaha Minato, you will always be like this now, the girl said, laughing. Of course, my love. I'll move you to Mikoto and then I'll go well. Mikoto is already giving birth to 2 today, as you said, right? Yes, Kushina said. Fine, then after she gets out of the hospital, we'll go visit again, said Minato, and lowered his wife into a chair. Thanks a lot, Minato said after breakfast, and went to get dressed. Taking his wife, he moved her to the hospital and brought her to Mikoto. S room, and already going inside they saw Mikoto lying and looking out the window, and then turned her gaze to them and smiled. "You've come," Mikoto said. "Yeah, congratulations in advance." "Hold on, come on," Minato said. "Thank you Hokage-sam, I don't know which ones are just Minato." "I told you," said Minato. "Thank you Minato," Mikoto said, and abruptly she felt that it hurt down there and her face began to distort the pain. She abruptly put her head down and grabbed the canvas covering her because of the pain. "Doctor here," shouted Minato. "Yes, I'm coming." The doctor came in screaming, and when he saw Minato. "Hello Hokage-sama, I hope you do everything in the best possible way," Minato said. "Of course Hokage-sama," said the doctor. "Sorry to leave you, Mikoto." "Hold on," said Minato. "Come on, my beloved," said Kushina, who was already near her friend holding her hand. Spapasi was trying to say something to Mikoto. "It's not worth it," Minato said and left. "Hold on, friend, you can squeeze my hand like that time," Kushina said. For her, squeezing her friend's hand was painful, but it wasn't like she wanted to scream. "Push," said the doctor who delivered the baby. "Girlfriend, come on, you're strong." "It hurts mama, very painful," shouted Mikoto. "Twins, what can you do?" shouted Kushina. So the first one was born. It was a boy. He was immediately given to a nurse to be washed and wrapped up. Yet he came out of the womb. Well done, let us have a friend," said Kushina, stroking her friend's hair and wiping the sweat that covered her all over. She was already very tired, she was all red, sweat was coming straight into her eyes, and only her friend's hands were saving her. Mikoto was so soft and gentle, it was felt on her skin. Mikoto continued to squeeze the hand of her friend, who did not leave her even at the first time. When she was very scared to give birth for the first time, she came and supported her just as she is now. There were much more screams there. Although, according to the screams of the second exit, Mikoto screamed much more, she began to cry. And for the first time she squeezed her hands so that even Kushina felt pain. But she endured. "Come on, honey, she's your daughter coming, you wanted her so much. Push for her. She wants to see this world and give you happiness. Come on girlfriend, mama." Mikoto bent over from the pain in her whole body. Come on, be sure she will be your one more happiness," Kushina shouted. So the girl's scream rang through the room. A small lump, though slightly soiled, but still a little happiness. "Well done," Kushina said, wiping her friend's tears. Who was breathing heavily and grabbed her friend's hand with both hands. Thank you, said Mikoto. Like that she was sweating from the pain. "And here they are," the nurse said, and brought the children to the mother and put them next to her head. "My beloved, and here you are, I promise I will protect you from everything," said Mikoto, holding her quietly to herself. "You are so cute," said Kushina. "So now we go out. She needs to feed the children." "Don't, Dr. San," Mikoto said. After that, the doctor left, leaving Mikoto and Kushina with the children alone. "How are you?" asked Kushina. "Normally, the pussy hurts," said Mikoto smiling. "Ahaha, that's how," Kushina said laughing. "It turns out that you have the strength that you need to squeeze so that it's right at all. You even cried when you gave birth to the second, Kyomi, even though you hurt mommy, but I still love you, my beauty," Mikoto said. "Kyomi, yes, Fugaku told the girl to give the name herself," said Mikoto, and almost lowered her robe in order to feed the children. "Beautiful name. Congratulations, sweetheart," Kushina said. "Thank you. I grabbed it like this," Mikoto said, hissing a little because the boy grabbed her that it was necessary. "You can," said Kushina, and took the girl in her arms after a nod from Mikoto, who dazzled with her smile. "Hey, beauty, why are you so modest?" said Kushina smiling. "Love your mother well," Kushina said, hugging the girl, and then gave it to Mikoto. Kyomi, unlike her sons, somehow gently bit into her nipple, which Mikoto even enjoyed. Feeding her daughter, Mikoto smiled at her without taking her eyes off her daughter. "What is it?" asked Kushina. "Yes, that's how gently she dug in, it's already nice," said Mikoto. "Well, girlfriend, you don't have enough tenderness in bed, however," said Kushina. She was sad that her husband was a jerk. Well, she couldn't marry someone other than Uchiha. Then it would have been used to give birth to children. Minato talked about this topic with Fugaku. But he did not threaten in order that Fugaku would not understand him correctly. Kushina cleaned what Mikoto was covered with and took a rag and wiped her bosom. And she covered her friend under her slightly hidden moan. She bit her finger to restrain a moan from her friend's touch. "Thank you, honey, it's nice," said Mikoto. There was a knock on the door. "I'll be there," Kushina said. Kushina is even now chained to an iron table instead of a gentle bed. She kept the racks created for her. She remembered those good moments. She understood that it would hurt, but she had to endure. Yesterday she spent the whole day with a friend and her children, laughing and smiling. Mikoto supported her every second and prepared her. Now she won't let anyone down. She will keep Biju. "Sit there, beast," Kushina screamed at the same time pushing hard. "Come on, honey, I'm holding her," said Minato, who was standing next to her. "I see the head still," said the woman. It was Sarutobi's bivouac, wife of the third. It's easy to say, Kushina thought. And here is a red-haired baby coming into the light while crying loudly. This crying indicated that a new life had appeared. Kushina exhaled heavily. "You can," said Minato, because he wanted to see his son first. "Mom, you close the seal," said the bivouac, passing by and put the child next to Kushina. "My handsome, my beloved, here you are, Mom was waiting for you." "Mom loves you," Kushina said. "Well, we'll wash everything now and bring it," said the bivouac. Old ass, Kushina thought that she would like to chop her up. "Come on, my love, I'll close the seal now." Bang, give me the Jinchuriki. It was night outside. A light breeze sometimes passed along the streets. Someone was on a dangerous mission right now, and someone was walking through the night streets of the village looking at the stars. Someone got up from a soft bed to look after the child. And someone was just sleeping. But the black-haired kunoichi was sitting in the yard and praying that her friend would have withstood childbirth and kept the kubi. She would like to be with her now, but she can't. Kushina, meanwhile, was barely breathing after she gave birth to the baby. She was trying to figure out why she needed all this. The masochist held her child with a kunai in his hands. The child's life was on the verge of death. "Who are you?" Minato asked. "While keeping your hands away from Kushina, it doesn't matter, but don't worry about it," said the masochist. "Here you go," said the masochist and abruptly threw the child over himself while jumping after him himself in order to kill. "Minato, Naruto," Kushina shouted. Minato, using only his agility and speed, intercepted Naruto in flight and ended up on the wall with the child. "You really fast," the masker said. At that moment, the explosive seals made themselves felt. Recognizing the familiar sound, Minato tears off the diaper and using Hiraition left. Minato jumped out of a small building at the same time, leaving a diaper there, with explosive seals. There was an explosion. There was no time to look at the hot building. "I had to use Hiraition again and move home." "Get some sleep, son, and I'll save your mom now," Minato said. Putting his son on the bed, he covered him with a blanket. And he used Hiraition again. After Minato left, the masochist, using an unknown technique for Kushina, moved her to a place incomprehensible to her. Having completely immobilized Kushina, the masochist gained distance. The masochist looked into Kushina's eyes with his Sharingan and used the technique, Kaibi Hoin, the method of extracting the tailed. Initially, Kushina was covered with the Biju chakra, and then her seal completely broke and the fox's head came out of there in the form of a chakra. Then the head of the chakra rushed to the top while taking its true form. And here he is, the strongest Biju Kyubi. The masochist was pleased, and what had previously restrained Kushina over the stone disappeared and she fell. Why do you need all this? The girl asked. Amazing. You survived even after extracting Biju. You ask why? This is my revenge, said the masker. What do you want revenge for? The red-haired woman asked. The dead don't need answers, the masker said. After that, he forced Biju to finish off Uzumaki. The fox turned while gritting his teeth. He tried to get out of submission. Biju raised his paw and abruptly lowered it down, destroying the stone and lifting up a huge amount of water. The masochist expected the death of the former Biju bearer. But then Minato appears with Kushina in his arms and glared at his counterpart. Yellow lightning, you really deserve to be called that, said the masker. Minato was not interested in listening to him and moved home. Putting his wife next to the child, Minato went to get ready. We needed kunai with the marks of Hiration and the rest for small things. My dear, Mom is here, Kushina said, snuggling up to the child. The girl was not conscious, she really wanted to sleep. She was completely worn out. Minato, hearing his wife's words, clenched his fist tightly. Throwing on the robe of the Kage, he was already ready to go into battle. Minato, please come back, Kushina said. Namikaze didn't say anything and used Hiration. A masochist appeared in Konoha and, summoning Kubi, unleashed his anger on the village. People were burning, houses were burning, metal was melting. Biju claimed many lives in one of his attacks. The flapping of his arms and tails killed or wounded people in the vicinity. It was hard for Minato to watch his village being destroyed. Kyubi noticed Namikaze and loaded the tailed beast's bomb. The equipment went regardless of houses and other obstacles. The technique almost touched the chipped Hokage as Hiration, Dorai, Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder, was used by Minato. Despite its chakra cost, especially when you carry such volumes, Namikaze had to use it to protect residents from damage. Minato looked at Biju, thinking about how to get him out of the village. How he felt the appearance is unknown from behind. Making a 180-degree turn on the spot with a kunai in his hands, and at the same time aiming at the head. Minato faced a big problem. The masochist was not material. When Minato's hand had already passed through his head, the masker intercepted it and began using an unknown technique. Namikaze had no desire to go into the unknown and used Hiration. I didn't have time, it's a shame, the masochist said, leaving for Minato. Who are you? Asked Minato. I'm nobody, the masked man replied. There was only anger in his voice. Minato scattered kunai and ran at the enemy. The distance was shortened and Minato flew into the masochist, who only let everything pass through him. Having passed through a couple of 3 blows, the masochist tried to punch through the Hokage's blind spot with a kick. But the blow was parried. Minato felt the opponent's leg and at the same moment prescribed a blow to the material part, but again passed through it. Masaknik was clearly not stupid. Having passed through the attack, he prescribed a forehand, but hit the block. Again, Minato felt the blow and tried to direct the attack there. But he passed through it again. Minato again passed through the masochist's shoulder and lost his balance. The masochist took advantage of this and bent Minato with a blow from the knee. And then prescribed a blow from the elbow to the head. The blow was strong, which caused the clone to dissipate. Then the Hokage came out of the forest and looked into the eyes of the masochist, which made him more alert. Judging by the unusual pattern, he has a Mangekyo Sharingan. He manages to read my movements with them. Despite my speed. Plus, I noticed that it can be both material and non-material at the same time. So you need to make an attack as quickly as possible. And strike where it will be material. Again Minato shortened the distance and threw the kunai in front of him at the masochist. As expected from the Hokage, he passed through it. At that moment, they were already face to face with each other. And the unknown almost grabbed Minato as he teleported away. And he struck the Rasengan right on the arm. The masochist was in shock and, having lost his vigilance, was no longer able to use the technique. Minato put his seal on it. There was an explosion that shook everything in a circle. The dust dispersed and Minato finally saw the masochist. He did not have one hand. The masochist was standing there. "This is not the end yet," said the masker. Blood flowed profusely from his wound. Even the bones were visible. Minato used Hirashin Toka again. This time he moved to the opponent and used the technique. Kyaku Fuin, seal of the contract, is a fuinjutsu that allows the user to break the opponent's control over the call. Minato broke control of Biju. The masochist coughed up blood. Minato again left the masochist with a kick from his foot, sending him to break trees. The masochist flew a couple of meters, but after breaking one tree, he again became not material and went underground. Namikaze moved to the village and ran towards the fox. It hurt my soul to see the village. Approaching Minato threw kunai right over the fox. And using his Hirashin technique, he ended up on top of Biju. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, from Minato. The toad fell right on the fox's head. "Hold him, please," Minato said. "Minato, I'll try, but you understand yourself," Gamabunta said Minato's call. Namikaze entered the hermit mode and by this time the toad boss had already been pierced by Biju's tails. "I'm all Minato," Gamabunta said. "All thanks," shouted Minato. Namikaze jumped on the fox and touched Biju. Hirashin's current technique again, this time Minato left with the fox outside the village. Meanwhile, Minato's clone appeared at home. "Honey, we have to seal Biju," Minato said. "I'm ready to go," Kushina said. "No, you can stand it," Namikaze said. They looked into each other's eyes. At this moment Kushina, trembling, turned her head in the direction of her son. She was with him just a little bit. She was lying with him in her arms and she felt so good at heart. Uzumaki began to cry and she rushed at her husband with her fists. But in the blows there was no strength from the word at all. "No, I won't," Kushina said. The girl beat her husband on his chest. She did not have the strength, but she is ready to go to the last for her son. "I understand you are afraid for his fate, but trust our son. Believe in him, believe in what he can do," Minato said. "You don't understand how hard it will be for him, you weren't a Jinchuriki." "They didn't look at you with a conscience in their eyes," Kushina said. "Don't get me wrong, Kushina, we have to. Don't forget we also shinobi," Minato said. "Don't tell me about it," the girl shouted. "Come to your senses, thousands of lives are at stake, turn on your head, dear," said Minato. "Well, he's your son," Kushina said, looking at Naruto. "I know, but I'm also a Hokage. I have a lot of responsibility on my shoulders. I think our son will cope, he is strong. After all, he is our child," Minato said. "Okay. But I'll go with you," Kushina said. Hirashin again and they are already on the field right in front of Biju, who had already been pinned down by 3 toads. "So let's go," said Minato, starting a long series of seals. Kushina released the chains and shackled Biju as he scattered the toads again. Gold chains bound Biju and did not even allow him to move properly. Fuinjutsu, Shiki Fujin, sealing technique, seal of absorption of dead demons, Minato said. And the god of death appeared behind him. Minato, what are you doing? Shouted Kushina and spat out a blood clot from her mouth. No other way. This is the best seal of deterrence. Moreover, he is still small, Minato said. Who do you want to leave it for? Shouted Kushina. Shursho Fuin, seal of the 4 characters, shouted Minato. Then the Shinigami's hand pierced his stomach and grabbed Biju, taking half of his chakra from him. Namely, Kyubi Minato sealed the Yin chakra into himself. Damn, the chakra drain is unimaginable power, Minato said. Here Hokage coughed up blood. Kushina laid her son on the altar called by Minato and waited. Biju shrank in size and felt that the chains were not quite holding him. Kyubi raised his paw and sharply lowered it down, wanting to kill Jinchuriki. Minato jumped under the claw, but he also saw Kushina, who jumped. Abruptly Namikaze felt a claw in his chest and then he abruptly kicked his wife with his foot. It was the first time he hit her. Kushina flew back from the blow. She rolled on the ground a couple of meters. The spruce girl raised her head and what she saw struck her. Minato 8 stood holding a claw a millimeter from Naruto's heart. At least you don't die, forgive me, my dear. I love you and I love our son. No one will be closer to you. Tell Kakashi that I respect him a lot for his spirit. Help our son find the true path. Hack no Fuin Shiki, the seal of 8 characters, Minato shouted. The god of death sealed the yang chakra of Kubi in Naruto, who had the seal of the 8 elements. Biju disappeared completely, the chains returned to Kushina and she began to crawl to her husband and son. She was crying, sobbing with grief. Minato looked at her before he died. And scratching the back of his head 8 as well as smiling. Began to fall. Minato no, the girl screamed from the grief that rolled over her. Minato fell on his back and blood flowed from his deep wound. Kushina continued to crawl towards them. The third one who watched it was in shock. After all, the Hokage sacrificed himself, as well as sacrificed the fate of his son. Hiruzen went to Kushina with the other shinobi. The third jumped up to Kushina and picked her up in his arms. Let go of Minato's whimper. Son, let me go to them. Kushina was talking all in tears. A child! Shouted Hiruzen. Then the shinobi ran up to him and gave the child to the mother's arms. Who cried a lot and then calmed down in his mother's arms. My son, you're crying for dad. Yes, the girl in Hiruzen's arms said in tears. So Minato, take it, and I went to the hospital, shouted Hiruzen. Yes, the third itself, shouted Shinobi, hold on to Kushin, now we are already going to the village. Everything will be fine, trust me, Hiruzen said. I'm holding on for the third time myself, now I am. These were the last words before she closed her eyes while hugging her son tightly to her. Now, gritting his teeth, the third said out of anger because he could not run faster at these moments. He regretted that he could not be as fast as Minato. Hiruzen ran across the roofs of houses straight to the surviving ANBU hospital. An ordinary hospital was destroyed. And here the ANBU came to the meeting. Take her and the child, examine them, give them the best help, immediately, Hiruzen shouted. Meanwhile, Mikoto, along with Fugaku, completely led the people straight out from under the paws of Biju. The audacity to save quite a few lives. The rest were either under the rubble or killed immediately. Itachi took Kyomi and Sasuke and was able to bring them out. In addition, the young Uchiha was able to save a girl named Izumi. Itachi became very attached to his sister and brother. He doted on them. Toka in his arms. Kyomi often cried. And now she was pushing him away from her. Izumi, seeing this, took the girl into her arms. Now they were sitting in a bunker surrounded by other people. Uti what a cutie, Izumi was saying, she herself was holding back tears. After all, she lost her parents. In return, she received a Sharingan, but she did not need it without relatives. Look, she's not crying, Itachi said, smiling. And why is she crying in your arms? Izumi asked. I don't know. Well, she loves her mother very much and doesn't get off her even during sleep. Sleeps right on it. It looks nice from the outside. Our mom is now trying not to even move at night, so that she wouldn't fall off her, Itachi said. Wow, you're not a simple person here, Izumi said. Mikoto looked towards the shelter and heard a scream from the side. You could tell by the voice that it was a girl. Please help me, the girl screamed. Mikoto turned on the Sharingan and started looking for the girl, or rather her chakra. And here she is. The girl was pinned down by a rather large tree and concrete slabs covered her from above. Kunoichi came closer and saw the girl under the rubble. Can you move? Asked Mikoto. No whimper, please help, the girl was crying. I'm not crying now, Mikoto said. Dog, horse, bird, air breakthrough from Mikoto. The technique blew away everything that was above the girl, lifting up the rubble. Mikoto jumped to the girl and, taking her on her shoulder, jumped away. As soon as Mikoto was away, a huge amount of dust from the fallen debris rose behind her. Dad, the girl screamed. A corpse appeared from behind the overturned wreckage. He had no arms and legs, and blood was oozing from his wounds. That's it, don't cry, Mikoto said softly, closing her eyes. Taking the child with her, Mikoto went to the shelter along the way, examining everything with a Sharingan in search of life. Having found nothing, she went out to the shelter. Going inside, the girl screamed "Mom, well, come on, beauty," said Mikoto, lowering her from her arms. The people sitting next to me even smiled a little. Thank you very much, the woman said, hugging the child to her. Mikoto found her children at the end of the hall and walked through the crowd to them. People dispersed in front of her, as if they knew where she was going. Mikoto saw her children and ran up and hugged them. Izumi also fell into her arms. The girl didn't mind a little tenderness. My dears, I was worried. Everything okay? Mikoto asked. Yes, Mom, I was able to endure Kyomi and Sasuke, Itachi said. Well done, you're a hero in my eyes, son, Mikoto said. And then she stroked Itachi's head, patting him on the hair. Passing her hand over his face, Mikoto kissed him on the forehead. Well, Mom, Itachi turned red. Hi, Izumi laughed a little. Wow, I didn't notice such a cutie. What's your name? Mikoto asked. Izumi Uchiha, said the girl. Mom, why are you so dirty all over, and you have a bunch of small wounds? Itachi asked. I had to tinker with some. Nothing like that, son. Where's Kyomi? Mikoto said. Mikoto-sama, here she is with me. She was just crying in Itachi's arms, Izumi said. Yes, I have it like that, thank you, said Mikoto. And she took the baby from the girl's arms. Did you miss your mom? Asked Mikoto. The girl in her arms laughed loudly and pulled her hands towards Mikoto. Hokage-sama is dead, the man who ran into the shelter shouted. Mikoto was in shock and couldn't believe what had happened. The first question is, what about Kushina and the baby? It was raining in Hidden Leaf Village right now. Nature itself mourned the dead. Children, women, old people are absolutely not guilty people. The attack ruined the lives of many. Hiruzen was saddened by the death of his successor. But in his heart he was also glad that he was not mistaken in him. Minato sacrificed his life for the sake of the village. Now he was being buried as a hero. The whole village was in the main cemetery of Konoha, where there are still graves of people from the first warriors. Everyone wondered what happened to the Hokage's wife. And where is she now? And why didn't she even show up at her husband's funeral? Now the red-haired kunoichi was lying on a hospital bed. She regained consciousness quite recently, and a hungry Naruto did it. Kushina ate as, getting up from the cot, went to the child and took him in her arms. "Come to me, my handsome," said the girl, wiping away a tear. Pulling down her robe and giving her son a breast, she began to remember what had happened. The word Minato's death echoed in the girl's mind. Kushina remembered his tender kisses in the morning, his words of support, his gaze, the smile he gave every day. Then Kushina heard the door open and a girl with black hair stood on the threshold. It was Mikoto. The girl went to the girl's bed and, putting the fruit on the bedside table, near the flowers, sat down next to her. Mikoto couldn't hold on anymore and hugged her friend. Who couldn't even utter a word. Kushina took the baby away from her breast and wept bitterly on her friend's shoulder. "Cry, honey, cry, don't hold back." "I'm here, honey," Mikoto said. Kushina cried for half an hour and fell asleep. Mikoto's shoulder and back got wet from her friend's tears. Mikoto stroked the girl's back and hair while she sobbed with grief. Putting her friend's head on the pillow, Mikoto wiped all her tears with her handkerchief. Then the black-haired girl saw a little boy who was lying and did not take his eyes off her. "Uti, what a cutie, come to me," said Mikoto. And she took the child in her arms, bringing him closer to her breast. Naruto was lying quietly in her arms. Mikoto started rocking the baby and humming a song to him. After a while, he fell asleep in her arms with a sweet dream. The girl sat down next to her friend and waited until she woke up. The baby was in her arms. 2 hours later, Kushina woke up and saw her friend with her baby in her arms. To her surprise, Naruto was asleep. "Did I sleep a lot?" Kushina asked. "Just a little, don't cry anymore, honey. Your milk may become unfit for food." "Okay, honey," Mikoto said, "I understand, everything is fine with you, there are no losses." Kushina asked, "It's okay, I brought you something to eat over there, I think it's not cold yet," said Mikoto. "Thank you, please don't leave me," said Kushina and reached for the food. Then she heard a small laugh from her friend. "What?" Kushina asked and looked at herself and realized that she had exposed her beautiful breasts. "Hey scoundrel," Kushina shouted. And she quickly closed her chest. Kushina ate and tried to get up. But then she staggered and almost fell down. Mikoto caught her friend and put her back. "You can, honey. Sit for a day," Mikoto said. "Mikoto, I don't want to be here," Kushina said. "I understand you, but I don't want you to hurt yourself," said Mikoto. "Kushina-san, are you awake?" The guy who appeared in the window asked. It was Kakashi, Minato's only living student. "Yes, Kakashi. Minato told you that he greatly respects you for not giving up," Kushina said and lowered her gaze. Kakashi's eyes filled with tears and he didn't want to show them to Kushina, so he turned his head away. "Thank you, Kushina-san," Kakashi said. It was nice that his sensei remembered him even before his death. "Kushina, don't cry. Don't forget my words," Mikoto said. "Hello, I didn't notice you at all," said Kakashi. "Hello. My name is Mikoto Uchiha," the girl said. "Hatake Kakashi," the ash-haired man said. "Let's get acquainted," Mikoto said. "Kushina-san, Mikoto-san is forced to leave you, Hokage is calling," Kakashi said. "And who is Hokage now?" Asked Mikoto. Hiruzen Sarutobi, said Hatake and disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. It was logical, Kushina said. Indeed, Mikoto said. A boy of about 6 years old was sitting on a bench and watching the sunset. His face was serious. Red hair violated the laws of physics, and hanging 2 bangs of hair on the edges of the faces made him a copy of Minato Namikaze. A black-haired girl was sitting next to her. She had standard sandals. Her legs were bandaged from below. She was wearing a black shirt with shoulder-length sleeves and a high collar. On the back was the coat of arms of the Uchiha clan. She had long hair for her age. She was also wearing a gray skirt that did not reach her knees. Threads from a bow hung from the back of the skirt, on the skirt. There were black bracelets on his hands. A very beautiful girl, in a word. It was Kyomi Uchiha. The girl did not take her eyes off such a warm and at the same time serious boy. How he could be both at the same time was amazing. He was wearing a white shirt and black pants and shinobi sandals. His eyes are the color of the sky in which you can drown. All this attracted people. What is it? Asked Naruto, smiling. Well, you re so serious again, and at the same time, you re so warm around you, Kyomi said. You surprise me, sometimes. Near whom it's warm so it's near your mother, I'll tell you, said Naruto. Baka, the girl said, come on. Thank you for the compliment. Mom went on a mission today. Somehow sideways she was needed there, said Naruto. It's clear, you have a strong one, I think everything will be fine. Don't worry, Kyomi said. I hope so, said Naruto. You will go to the academy soon, the summer ends. How do you know? The girl asked. I don't even know what I forgot there, asked Naruto. Well, friends and so on, said the girl. You re enough for me, Naruto said. Well, what are you doing? Why are you so eager for strength? Kyomi asked. To protect people close to me, said Naruto. Well, shouldn't children at this age think about games and that, it? The girl asked. The shinobi world is cruel. You'll find out soon enough. And then you will face cruelty in an endless circle of honor, Naruto said. Naru, is that how you dissuade my daughter from the academy or something? Asked Mikoto. Kyomi screamed and ran up and hugged Mikoto. Hee, it was a laugh before his slaughter in the house for sure. Naruto scratched his head and smiled. He looks so much like him, it's just incredible, Mikoto thought. By the way, how did you end up here, Naruto-kun? Because you trained. I saw you at the training ground, Mikoto asked. I came to talk to Kyomi, Naruto said. Kushina, it seems to me you are a fortune teller, Mikoto thought. Okay, come with us, said Mikoto and gave her hand to Naruto. Why is that? Naruto asked. Your mom said if she stays late, let's go, Mikoto said. Naruto thought a little and then reached out and grabbed Mikoto's hand. Kyomi started giggling from Naruto's red face. Naruto pouted. Which only caused even more laughter. Well, you, said Naruto. You re so funny, Naruto, Kyomi said. Really, Naruto, said Mikoto. Mom, is Itachi at home? Asked Kyomi. Yes, my daughter. I just don't think he'll say he went to bed right away, Mikoto said. Nothing, I know a secret technique, said the girl. So they reached the clan and then home. Going home, Naruto quietly took off his shoes. So Naruto, Kyomi. Sasuke, wash his hands and sit down at the table, Mikoto said. At the same time, she shouted Sasuke's name so that he would hear her. He was currently training in the backyard. Naruto followed Kyomi and, after washing his hands, left the room as he collided with Sasuke's foreheads. Naruto, is that you or something? Sasuke said in shock. Aha, you re so funny, Kyomi laughed. Such a gentle and kind laugh went through the room. Mikoto of course heard this and smiled. Her daughter was a copy of herself. My soul was crying with happiness. Mikoto couldn't get enough of her children. Even Fugaku recognized Kyomi, who, since childhood, loved to ride her straight on himself. "Hello friend," said Naruto and, standing up, gave his hand, which Sasuke shook and stood back up. "Hi, buddy, you usually come late at night," said Sasuke. "After all, I rarely saw Naruto during the day. Although I really wanted to, so she came and threw a ball of paint at me. She stained my jacket," Naruto said, looking at Kyomi, which laughed harder and ran away. Naruto and Sasuke ran after her. Then Kyomi turned into Itachi's room, who was very angry today that even Sasuke refused. The boys looked into the room and saw Kyomi jump right on Itachi's stomach, from which he abruptly bent over and woke up. Itachi shouted and, seeing Kyomi, laughed. "Oh, you naughty boy, I won't let you go now," Itachi said and hugged the girl to him. "Haha," the girl laughed. "They were chasing me," Kyomi said, pointing at Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke's jaw dropped and they ran away to Mikoto. After all, Fugaku is unlikely to save them. Mikoto was cooking as two people snuggled up to her. One with red hair and the other with black. "Why are you laughing a little?" said Mikoto. They're trembling," they said, and a kitty appeared around the corner. The cat quickly jumped right at them and then she turned into a girl who made the guys run away. Kyomi snuggled up to her mother. "Haha," Mikoto laughed. This was the kind of laugh Mikoto had been giving everyone in the house since Kyomi appeared. "Everyone has changed since her appearance, let's sit down, and you, my daughter, call your father," said Mikoto. "Okay, Mom," Kyomi said and ran to her father. Kyomi quietly opened the door to her father's room, who was sitting and working. Walking up to the Fugaku table, she looked up at him. "What is it?" asked Fugaku. "Dad, I have this here," said the girl. Then her eyes changed color and 2 volumes swirled in them. "What?" shouted Fugaku. And getting up from the table and lifting his daughter in his arms, he looked into her eyes. "From where?" asked Fugaku. "The head of the Uchiha clan has been very angry lately and all because of the fox attack. But now he was smitten with his only daughter." "Where's the daughter from?" said the head of the clan. He removed his daughter's hair, which at one time covered her beautiful eyes. "Dad, I watched Naruto train. He was attacking himself and now he was already pierced by kunai, and I was very scared," Kyomi said. And then she snuggled up to the Fugaku. That's it. "Don't worry. You're really a genius," said Fugaku, stroking his daughter on the back. "Dad, Mom called us to eat there," Kyomi said. "Let's go then," said the head of the clan. Fugaku walked into the kitchen with Kyomi in his arms, causing Itachi and Sasuke's jaws to fall on the table. "We've been waiting for you, let's sit down," said Mikoto. After a wonderful dinner from Mikoto, the family members of the clan head began to disperse. Naruto quietly got up after Itachi left. "Thank you very much Mikoto-san, and where can I stay with you?" Naruto asked. "Itachi, please take him to the room near our bedroom," said Mikoto. "Okay, Mom," Itachi said. Naruto quietly walked behind Itachi at the same time, trying to keep up. "Naruto, here's your room, come on in," Itachi said, pointing ahead. "Thank you," said Naruto. When a red head of hair walked into the room in front of Itachi, he closed the door and went to his room. Naruto, without hesitation, sat down on the sofa, which was right next to the window. Naruto's eyes filled with moisture, tear after tear began to fall on his clenched fists. The mother was still missing. Mikoto, after washing the dishes and putting everyone to bed, decided to check on Naruto. "Naruto-kun," said the woman, opening the door. Mikoto's gaze fell on the boy who was sitting on the bed and crying, looking at the sky. Mikoto, without hesitation, approached the child and hugged her. Naruto did not resist and clung to the woman. Such gentle and small hands squeezed her dress. The woman herself was gently stroking the child on the back. "Don't cry, everything will be fine," Mikoto said in the boy's ear. Who continued to shed tears. Mikoto realized that Naruto was very worried about his mother and decided not to leave him. "Mom, what about Naruto?" Kyomi asked, appearing at the door. 5 minutes after Mikoto discovered such a Naruto, "Hush, okay, my daughter fell asleep," said Mikoto, and Naruto was sleeping in her arms. Mikoto wanted to put Naruto down, but he clung to her tightly. The woman smiled at this picture. As a result, she lay down on the bed, and Naruto was lying next to her, snuggled up to her. Kyomi was struck by what she saw. She felt very sorry for Naruto. The girl came closer and looked at Naruto and then at her mother. Mikoto gestured to lie down next to her. Kyomi lay down next to her and then she and Naruto were covered with a blanket. Mikoto, hugging the children, decided to fall asleep next to them. Meanwhile, Kushina returned from the mission and first of all went to the training ground where Naruto often visited. Not finding Naruto, Kushina ran to her friend. Finding Naruto's chakra there, she went to the open window and, jumping there, discovered her son. But her eyes widened at the sight in front of her eyes. Naruto hugged Kyomi and Mikoto and so they slept. Kushina hurried away from there before Mikoto found her. In the morning Naruto woke up and realized that he was lying near beautiful girls and he was covered with blush. Mikoto, who had not slept for a long time, saw Naruto's redness and laughed a little. "Thank you Mikoto-san," Naruto said. "Nothing Naruto, it's okay," said the woman and kissed Naruto on the forehead. "And yes Naruto, your mom is back," Mikoto said with a smile on her face. "Thank you," said Naruto and hugged Mikoto as much as he could. "Not for that Naruto, and now lie here with Kyomi." "I'm going to cook," Mikoto said and slowly began to get up. "What?" Naruto said softly and turned his head back. Then he saw Kyomi, who hugged him and was sleeping sweetly. Uzumaki blushed. "Hee, you are so cute," said Mikoto and hurried away. Naruto was mad at Kyomi because she supported him. Naruto was lying down and at one point he felt the girl falling off the bed. Standing up abruptly, he caught her in his arms. "And you, like a fluff, however," said Naruto. "I'm strong, you understand," Kyomi said. "I have no doubt about it." "Thank you," Naruto said and lowered the girl onto the bed. "Naruto, everything will be fine, don't worry." "You have me," the girl said. Okay Kyomi, let me fill everything up and go," said Naruto. "Come on together, we slept together," Kyomi said. Naruto and Kyomi quickly made up the bed and went downstairs. Uzumaki had almost reached the kitchen when he heard someone talking. Quickly recognizing the second voice, Uzumaki ran out into the kitchen. "Hi, son," Kushina said, turning to her son. "Mom," said Naruto. Running up to his mother, Naruto hugged her. Kushina reciprocated. She managed to miss her son. "Don't go, Mom," Naruto said. "Okay, son, I'm already sick of these deceptions," Kushina said. "Come here," Mikoto said, seeing Kyomi. Kyomi ran up and hugged Mikoto. "Thanks a lot, girlfriend, I don't have and won't have a better one," Kushina said. "Come on," Mikoto said, "I saw everything, so don't be modest." "Here's a cake for tea and we'll go," Kushina said and put the sweet on the table. It wasn't tea worth it, and Fugaku don't eat painfully sweet anyway, said Mikoto. It's not for you, but for that little girl over there, Kushina said and winked at Kyomi. Kushina was already walking to the exit when she saw Fugaku and Itachi. Hello Fugaku, hello Itachi, said Kushina. Hello, and why are you being sent on a mission? Asked Fugaku. I don't know, they said they needed help. They said there was a strong barrier Fuin. As a result, there was nothing of this, an ambush. Kushina said. It's all strange, said Fugaku. Kushina-san, you should give up any missions, you have the right to do so. Itachi said. I understand, but the third one asked me personally, Kushina said. Thank you all very much, I hope Naruto didn't get in the way too much. Goodbye, Kushina said and went out the door. Son, how are you doing? Kushina asked. Great mom, I was able to achieve success in Fuin. I was just wondering about the seal of the god of death while using it. Is the user vulnerable or not? Naruto asked. Kushin's eyes widened in shock. Seals, Fuin, the god of death, techniques, Minato's death, all this passed before the girl's eyes in seconds. Son, why are you interested in this? Kushina asked. Well, I wonder, by the way, did Dad know how to use it? Naruto asked. Kushina pressed her son's head to her chest so that he would not see her tears. Naruto already realized that he had asked too much. Mom, I'm sorry, Naruto said. Don't ask me such a good thing anymore, my beloved, said Kushina, kissing her son on the forehead. Okay, Mom, said Naruto. So they walked home in silence. Kushina let go of her son. I'm going to cook something. Will you have pancakes? Asked Kushina. Of course I'll wait for Mom, said Naruto, running away to himself. I hope so much that he will not study this technique, Kushina thought. After a wonderful breakfast, Mom, I went to training, I will definitely come for dinner. Breakfast was fine, Naruto said. Okay, son, do you need any help? Kushina asked. Mom, I'm learning from your scrolls. Everything will be fine, Naruto said, going outside. In the evening it began to rain heavily, besides there was a thunderstorm. Kushina was sitting at her friend's, discussing the mission. Oh, I was late, how long have I been there already? Asked Kushina. It's 10 o'clock, it's dark outside somehow, said Mikoto, watching the storm. I think I'll go. Naruto still needs to be picked up from the landfill, Kushina said. At this point, someone opened the door and entered. The girls ran up to the entrance. And they saw Shisui there with Kyomi. Hello Mikoto-san, Kushina-san, here take your beauty, said the genius of the clan. Hello Shisui, thank you very much, said Mikoto. Hello, where have you been? Kushina asked. We trained a little bit, Shisui said with a smile. Okay, let's go for now. I ran, said Kushina. Good luck, friend, Mikoto said. Goodbye Kushina-san, Kyomi said. And where is she going? Asked Shisui. I ran after the baby, Mikoto said. Okay, I'm going too. Let's go Kyomi for now. Goodbye Mikoto-san, Shisui said. Kushina was jumping on the roofs and Shisui was running behind her. Who was greatly surprised by the girl's speed. Here they are already near the landfill and see Naruto. Here they are already approaching the polygon and see Naruto. In one hand he held a blue sphere and in the other he had a swirl of water. Futon, Rasengan, Suiton, Hahanryu, release of water, violent flow, both techniques combined at one point to form a tornado of water. This attack with great force collided with the stone in front and tore it to shreds. Naruto ate standing on his feet. At one point, his legs gave way and he fell. That the two techniques are of such a level, the son of Hokage is immediately visible, said Shisui. How could he do that? Kushina thought and jumped to her son. It will be necessary to get acquainted with him, Shisui said and, after watching how the girl took her son, left. Kushina quickly ran home and quickly took off all her son's clothes, went with him to a warm bath. Naruto opened his eyes and saw that he was lying in a warm bath. He also felt his mother's gentle hands. "Mom, is that you?" asked Naruto. "I'm a son, why did you combine two techniques?" Kushina asked. "The scrolls say that the technique is not finished. I decided to supplement it. It turned out cool, right?" Naruto said and got hit on the head. "I'll give you a cool one." Completely distraught. "I'll take all your techniques," Kushina said. "Well, Mom, big deal," said Naruto. "No, son, you can do that. And in general, how do you know that you have the elements of wind and water?" Kushina asked. "Well, I use special leaves that I found with you," said Naruto. "Why didn't you tell me that you are already switching to a training technician?" Kushina asked. "I don't think you would have agreed to such a mom," said Naruto. "What else can you do?" Kushina asked. "No, it's all Mom. I've been studying these two techniques for a long time," Naruto said, shaking his head sharply. What caused Kushina's light laugh? "Son, you tickling me, stop it, my dear." "Ahaha," Kushina laughed. "You won't take my scrolls, will you?" Naruto asked, still shaking his head. "Stop it, son." "Aha, okay, but the current is careful and without a combination," said Kushina. "Understood," Naruto said and, turning to face his mother, hugged her. "My son," Kushina said, hugging her son to her. In the morning, the Uzumaki Namikaze family woke up and went shopping. "We needed groceries, Mom. Is Mikoto-san really Uchiha?" Naruto asked. "Of course, but why do you ask, son?" Kushina said. "Well, she's so warm, and all the other Uchiha are cold," said Naruto. "Let's call it a feature, son. When I came for you, you snuggled up to her so much, I was already jealous, son," Kushina said pouting. "Ahaha Mom, stop, I love you of course more," said Naruto, taking his mother's hand. "Haha, everything is fine, son, I understand that you were hurt and scared without me," said Kushina. "I don't even know what I would do without you, Mom," Naruto said. "Son, and here's the fruit shop," said Kushina, turning aside. After shopping, they have already gone home. "Son, you know you're going to the academy soon," Kushina said, hoping to hear a positive answer. "I don't remember that, I have no desire to go there," said Naruto. "Son, don't you want to find friends?" Kushina asked. "No, Mom, I have enough of those who are. Moreover, friends are a responsibility," Naruto said, "and I, at one time, dreamed of having many good friends. When Toka came to the village. But nothing worked out at first, and then Mikoto found me. Then Minato found me," Kushina said. "Mom, you were a Jinchuriki. Many people do not understand and hate Jinchuriki. I'm glad you had such good people like Mikoto-san and your father," Naruto said. "Well, you not Jinchuriki, so you'll find friends quickly," said Kushina, and in her soul cats were tormented by words, that's right. "But Kyomi and Sasuke are enough for me," Naruto said. "Don't be afraid of responsibility, son. You can do it, I believe in you." "Your dad believed in you too," Kushina said. "Well, I'll go there and finish the external," said Naruto. "It's good at least so," Kushina said. "Mom, I've read a lot about the first Hokage. And I would like to understand how strong his genome was." Naruto asked. According to the stories, the first one captured all the tailed ones with the help of him without any problems. Well, the first one was strong not only with his genome, I'll tell you, son, Kushina said. "I see. And if there are also owners of this element?" Naruto asked. "Unfortunately not," Kushina said. Naruto lowered his head and pondered. A white-haired man approached his student's house. Not long ago, it would seem that he was so happy that Minato became a Hokage and then a father, and now he has lost him. Sanin drank a lot. Exhaling heavily, Sanin knocked on the door. Kushina got up early in the morning as usual today to feed her son before training. After sending her son to train, Kushina decided to get some sleep, when someone knocked. The girl opened the door and looked at the guest. Jiraiya-san? Kushina asked in shock. Hello Kushina. And you, still the same beauty, Jiraiya said. You probably don't know, but whimper me whimper NATO. Kushina tried to speak out through tears. No need for cushion, I know everything. Forgive me, Jiraiya said, hugging Kushina to him, ask that I didn't help you. I'm sorry about Minato, Jiraiya said. Sanin pressed Kushina to him, stroking her back. I also know from the third about your son. Can I see him? Jiraiya asked. Yes, his name is Naruto, now he's over there at the training ground, said Kushina, pointing to the training ground. Thank you, can you be carried to bed? Sanin asked. No, thank you, yourself, Kushina said, trying to stand on her feet. No, let us do this, said Jiraiya, taking the girl in his arms. Sanin put Kushina on the bed and left. Sanin was approaching the training ground and then he saw a red-haired boy. The hairstyle was a copy of Minato, blue eyes. There are no antennae. A white jacket over the same color t-shirt, black pants and shinobi sandals. The boy ran around the polygon, clearly not noticing the observer. Naruto did a jog, and then began to practice stands and attacks, using clones as live targets. Sanin was surprised by the boy's abilities. He stood well on his feet and moved perfectly. Besides, he owned a forbidden technique. Great surprise was caused by the fact that Naruto owns Rasengan at such a young age. Jiraiya didn't want to wait any longer and left his hiding place. Hello Naruto, said Jiraiya. Hello Jiraiya-san, said Naruto, do you know me? Jiraiya asked. It's hard not to recognize one of the three legendary Sanins. Besides, you are in the photos with your father. And I know from my mother that you are his mentor, Naruto said. You surprised me Naruto. Being able to create a Rasengan at such a young age is very, very worthy, Jiraiya said. Thank you, the praise from Sanin is expensive, said Naruto. Naruto, can I distract you? Let us go somewhere, Jiraiya said with hope in his voice. Of course, if you take me as an apprentice, said Naruto. Ahaha, and you smart. Well, I'll see, said Jiraiya. Is it a test? Naruto asked. Well, yes, Sanin smiled. When will we go? Asked Naruto. Let us do it tomorrow, said Sanin. Well, I have to go to the academy tomorrow, said Naruto. Then decided let us go tomorrow. I'll drop by your place, said Jiraiya and ran towards the beautiful girls. See you later, Naruto said after Sanin. Naruto finished his training and thought about it. I need the scrolls with the techniques of the first one. But stealing is not the same at all. I wonder if I'll have time to sneak in and copy the scrolls. Then decided I'll go after tomorrow and try to copy them. The next day began with the mother screaming right in her ear. Sasuke, get up, dear, the academy is waiting. Kushina shouted. Naruto opened his eyes a little and fell off the bed. Ha ha ha, son, you so funny. Kushina laughed. Good morning, mom, said Naruto. Come on, get up, son. I cooked it there, then we celebrate this case. And in the evening, Jiraiya-san took you, Kushina said. I have a busy day, however, said Naruto. Aren't you happy, son? Kushina asked. Glad of course mom, said Naruto. That's nice, said Kushina. Naruto washed his hair, brushed his teeth, and had breakfast with his mom. He wore a white jacket with the signs of the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans and black pants. A white shirt and simple shinobi sandals. Kushina wore a white sleeveless shirt and a blue skirt. They quickly reached the academy where many people paid attention to them. Someone looked with envy, someone with admiration. Naruto is firmly entrenched in the eyes of the girls. The red-haired saw the Uchi family and decided to approach them. "Hello Mikoto-san, Fugaku-san," said Naruto as a sign of respect. "Hello Naruto-kun, hello Kushina," said Mikoto. The wife of the head of the clan was in a white dress, the sleeves were short, the bottom of the dress reached the girl's knees. There was a beautiful necklace around her neck. A bow was attached to the belt. "Hello girlfriend, hello Fugaku," said Kushina. "Naruto-kun, that's where you're going to go," Mikoto said. "Thank you Mikoto-san, you look great today," said Naruto and went to his own. Mikoto was surprised and even covered herself with paint. "Did you teach Kushin?" Mikoto asked. "Well, yes, he used them for the first time," said Kushina. "I see," Mikoto said. "Where are yours?" Kushina asked. "That's the first row over there," Mikoto said. "They're pretty cute, especially Kyomi. I just want to squeeze her in my arms," Kushina said. "Ahaha no," Mikoto said, "so welcome to the academy. I will call the names and you will have to come out to me. I will also call your teacher," said the shinobi with white hair. Naruto got into the same class with Sasuke and Kyomi. There were other children, but they meant nothing to Naruto. Here are 3 classes standing behind their teachers and listening to the Hokage's speech about the will of fire. After listening, everyone followed the teachers into the classrooms. "Hello children, as you probably heard, my name is Umino Irika. I will be your sensei until you come out of here with shinobi armbands." Irika began his speech. "Would like to tell you right away, today we will get to know everyone and part ways. And tomorrow is school, we will give you books in the second lesson. Come to the same office at 8 o'clock in the morning, I'll probably start and then I'll call you. My name is Irika Umino. I love my village. My dream is to become the director of the academy. My goal for the coming years is to make you excellent shinobi ready for the harsh reality outside the village," Irika said, "so the first one on our list." Naruto just watched and listened to who was talking about what. He was interested. People who were not familiar to Naruto came out and talked about falling in love with him. From which the red-haired man was in shock. They also confessed to Sasuke, but somehow he didn't care. "Kyomi Uchiha," Irika said. The black-haired girl timidly stepped forward, slightly embarrassed by the views of others. But seeing Naruto Kyomi's smile made it easier. "My name is Kyomi, I love my parents and brothers. I want to protect them from any threats. I like to watch the dawn of nature. My dream is to become a strong kunoichi and not let my parents down," Kyomi said. "Well done Kyomi, have a seat," said Irika. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," said Irika. At these words, everyone looked at the red-haired man slowly descending down. "My name is Naruto. I love my parents. I wish to protect them from any threats. I like to read and train. There is no dream," the red-haired man said. "All right, Naruto, sit down," said Irika, "so that's it. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning in the same office, I will ask you not to be late," Irika said. Naruto came out and saw how Kyomi ran up and hugged her mother, and Sasuke stood aside, but he was also sharply pressed to himself. Uzumaki couldn't look any further as he himself was abruptly grabbed and pressed to himself. "Ahaha mom," Naruto laughed. "I'm sorry I'm a little late," Kushina said. "It's nothing, mom, where to now?" Naruto asked with a smile on his face. "Let South go to our place," Mikoto said. "I don't mind," Kushina said. "Naruto and you still went to the academy," Kyomi said, slightly pushing Uzumaki in the shoulder. Sometimes there were 2 morals in this girl, one from Mikoto and the other from Kushina. "Well, it became interesting what others are thinking about now," said Naruto. "You lovebirds can have enough already. Say that for each other. Let's go," Sasuke said. Kushina and Mikoto started laughing. it wasn't like that, so Naruto, Kyomi said, but Naruto was silent. You even made speeches word for word, said Sasuke. Naruto, why are you silent? Kyomi asked, once again, spending time with you was one of the best opportunities at the academy, in which he is right, said Naruto. Ahaha, Sasuke laughed. Well, Sasuke, you got me, Kyomi pounced after these words. The girl quickly knocked him to the ground. Sasuke tried to resist, but he laughed more. Naruto didn't want Sasuke to get bruises and grabbed the girl by the waist and quickly removed her from her friend. Naruto, let me go, I'll beat him, Kyomi screamed. Are you really Uchiha, Kyomi, eh? Naruto said in shock. The women laughed more and more, so they reached the house of the head of the clan. Mikoto took the children to the room and went to cook with her friend. What are we going to do? Asked Kyomi. Let's go. Are we leaving the shurikens? Said Sasuke and opened the door. They quickly got to the backyard and Sasuke distributed 10 shurikens and kunai to everyone. Are we just like that or what? Naruto asked. Let the one who gets the least will be on duty for the winner, Kyomi said. Let's do it like this, said Sasuke. Everyone started throwing their throwing weapons. The result was not comforting for Kyomi. She hit 10 kunai and 9 shurikens. Damn sure Sui will kill me, she thought and looked at her brother, who was worse. He hit 7 kunai and 6 shurikens. Naruto also hit 9 kunai and 9 shurikens. Naruto throws the last shuriken and twists it to such an extent that it flew around the target in an arc and came forward. Then Naruto throws his last kunai and the weapon, taking the shuriken with him, is driven into the pole. Well, 10 kunai and 9 shuriken, said Naruto. Are you serious? Sasuke said in shock. Haha, you have 2 watches behind you, said Naruto. I can do that too, said Sasuke. And he took kunai and shuriken, he threw it the same way, but because of the rebound, kunai flew straight at Kyomi in her face. The girl closed her eyes, she completely forgot that she could leave or duck. Then she felt something warm running down her face. Taking the liquid with her hand, she realized that it was blood. What happened here? Mikoto and Kushina asked in shock. Naruto held kunai with his hand right in front of Kyomi's face. The girl looked in front of her and saw a kunai sticking out of Naruto's hand. Naruto, is all right? Kyomi asked. Ahaha, yes, I didn't think that Sasuke would be able to repeat my trick by half, said Naruto scratching his head. Sorry Naruto, said Sasuke. Naruto, Mikoto shouted and ran up with Kushina and looked at the hand from where the weapon was sticking out. Son, Mikoto said sternly. Mikoto-san, everything is fine, Naruto said, pulling the woman by her blouse. It's going to hurt now, son, but then I'll close the wound, Kushina said. Come on, I'm used to wounds, Naruto said. Now, Kushina said. At that moment Mikoto tore kunai from her hand and Kushina began to treat him with a mystical hand. The women were also surprised that it was not a mystical hand that quickly restored her, but an incomprehensible red chakra from the treatment of which even steam was coming. That's it, son, Kushina said. Yeah, thanks a lot mom, Mikoto-san, said Naruto. Okay, let's go eat, Mikoto said. Please forgive me Naruto, Kyomi, Kushina-san, mom, said Sasuke, bending his head down. Yes, it's okay. I'll show you this trick. In battle, it's of zero use, said Naruto. Since Naruto says that everything is fine, then Sasuke-kun is fine, Kushina said. Well, son, okay, since Naruto has forgiven, we will also forgive you, said Mikoto. Naruto thought and turned back and saw Kyomi in whose eyes a Sharingan with 2 volumes was burning. Her face was covered in blood and she was trembling a little. Kushina noticed this too and ran up and crouched in front of her and wiped the blood from the girl's face with her handkerchief. Mikoto stood in shock from her daughter's eyes. Even the genius of the Itachi clan awakened them at the age of 8. It's okay, don't worry, Kushina said. Daughter, why didn't I know about your Sharingan? Said Mikoto, standing in shock from her daughter's eyes. Thank you Kushina-san, it's okay, Kyomi said. Come on, she loves you very much, know that. You were and are her dream, Kushina said in the girl's ear, from which she smiled. Mom, I'm sorry, I don't want you to worry about this, Kyomi said, running up and hugging her mother. I would have run up my daughter, but someone beat me to it. I'm sorry for the mistake, I'm a bad mother, said Mikoto. Mom, don't say that, I love you with all my heart. Kushina-san is just really fast, Kyomi said. Well, I didn't even know about your eyes, Mikoto said. I didn't want to bother you, Mom, Kyomi said, snuggling closer to her mother. I love you very, very much, I love everyone, you tell me everything, said Mikoto. She was ashamed that she did not know about the current. You have such a thing over there with me. I combined the technique of 2 high ranks in the rain. If I made a mistake there and did everything not evenly, I would lose my hands, Kushina said. You and I are very similar, however, as a mother, said Mikoto. Your daughter is just very kind and caring, worried about you and does not want to bother you. Therefore, she was silent. Understand her feelings, Kushina said. Who has 3 children now and who has 1, said Mikoto. Don't draw a friend because of the advice, said Kushina. I won't. Well, I'll talk to this naughty girl again, said Mikoto and began to tickle Kyomi. After sitting in a pleasant company, Naruto decided it was time to leave. Many thanks to Mikoto-san for a nice dinner, said Naruto. Are you going somewhere? Mikoto asked. Yes, we need to go on business, said Naruto. Okay then, go, Mikoto said. Naruto had already opened the door when someone pulled his jacket. Uzumaki. It became obvious who it was. You leaving Naruto again, Kyomi said. Well, I promised a man, said Naruto, and if you promise me something, will you fulfill it 100%? Kyomi asked. Yes, said Naruto. I'll come up with something like that, Kyomi said. Of course, I'll wait until, said Naruto and left. When he got home in the kitchen, he found Sanin with a drink. Jiraiya-san, duck, where are we going? Asked Naruto. Well, it's nice there at the springs in the evening, we'll just celebrate your admission, said Jiraiya. Jiraiya and Naruto left the village and went straight to the springs as Sanin thought. Come to think of it, Minato was like a son to me, Jiraiya thought. It's so sensei, you become a father to me, Minato said. So Naruto is like a grandson to me or something? Sanin thought. Jiraiya abruptly pressed Naruto to him and sharply patted his head. Granddaughter, tell me about your elements, said Jiraiya. Jiraiya-san, I have 3 elements: water, earth and wind, said Naruto. It's amazing to have 3 elements at your age, said Sanin. I don't have a lot of current techniques at the moment, said Naruto. We'll fix it, Jiraiya said. So they reached the springs and sat down in the hot water, enjoying the moment. Naruto was drinking juice, and Jiraiya was drinking sake. They talked about quite a lot, but at one point a girl's scream was heard. I'll be right there, said Sanin and climbed up the wall. Jiraiya-san, what are you doing there? Naruto asked. Well, I'm collecting, so to speak, material for my book, said Jiraiya. Then why are you spying on girls? Naruto said. Well, you'll understand me later, said Jiraiya. Well, Jiraiya-san is someone's sister or mother, perhaps a daughter. You would be pleased if your relatives were looked at like that, Naruto said. Well, Naruto, said Jiraiya and slid down feeling guilty. You know, you were the first one who could do it, with the help of words. The others beat me, said Jiraiya. How long have you been doing this? Naruto asked. I started it a long time ago, I'll tell you, said Sanin. Here's Naruto, I've been thinking about it for a long time and came to this conclusion. It doesn't matter what a person does in life, but what he did before he died is important. And if you think about it like that, then I haven't done anything good, my life is full of disappointment, Sanin said in a moment, getting serious. I think there is truth in these words. But it's too early for me to know about it, Naruto said. That's also true, and yes, I have such a thing for you, if you can go to those ladies over there and distract them while I take pictures. Then you will become my disciple, Jiraiya said, rubbing his hands. Did my father also pass such a test? Naruto asked. Yes, he was there for a while, said Sanin. Well, you will teach me powerful techniques, said Naruto, leaving. Very well, said Sanin. A week has passed since Naruto had quite busy days. From morning until 4 p.m., then there are more lessons for at least an hour and more training for this. If Sanin wasn't busy, he was training Naruto. If on the contrary, Naruto trained on the scrolls of the first and second. The academy for Naruto was a waste of time in no other way. The days flew by very quickly. Uzumaki didn't even have time to turn the calendar over at times. In winter, Naruto visited Kyomi's birthday, namely on December 18th. And he didn't have anything else interesting. Then Uzumaki had a vacation where he completely devoted himself to training. Kyomi came to him to hone it from the landfill. That's the new school year. To Naruto's surprise, no one gave him an external exam. Hokage whether against or Kushina worked was not known for Naruto. The school days flew by as always quickly and not noticeably. They were very boring, but Naruto, as the son of Hokage, had to sit and listen. So, students, that's all for today. Your homework is to write out interesting information about the Kaga of other villages. Use the Konoha library for this. I'll check it out tomorrow. Sasuke Uchiha and Kyomi Uchiha are on duty today. Yumino finished his speech. Naruto approached the Uchiha. Well, let's see you tomorrow for now, said Naruto. Where are you going now, Naruto? Kyomi asked. Bad question, sister. He's on the range, said Sasuke. You can see my friend right away, Naruto said, which made Kyomi sulk. Aha, don't be offended, I am so. Yes, I'm going to the training ground, said Naruto. Okay, see you tomorrow, Kyomi said. Itachi was sitting in the yard. His best friend Sasuke had recently died. Also Kyomi, who asks about him every day. After all, she was a student. Sasuke often liked to carry her in his arms and delight her with sweets. Kyomi quickly became attached to the genius of the clan. Damn Sasuke, on whom you left everything, it would be better if I died, Itachi thought as someone entered his yard. Hey Itachi, here, hold this Sasuke left, said the shinobi from the Uchiha clan. Yes, keep the words of your friend, give it to Anbu, let them help too, said another. Itachi squeezed the letter and looked at the three Nido Uchi. Why not say it directly? After all, you accuse me of this, Itachi said. Yes, said shinobi, and all three looked back with the activated Sharingan in 3 volumes. Itachi quickly jumped up to the one who was talking and kicked him out of the yard. Itachi gave the second one right in the nose. The third tried to hit Itachi in the stomach, but hit the block. Itachi makes the blow so simple, Uchiha easily read it and went down, but there his knee was already waiting for him. The third Uchiha also fell from Itachi's blow. Itachi, shouted Fugaku. Seeing that his son already wants to finish them off. This clan, the damn clan, is rotten from the inside, Itachi said, and threw the kunai right into the wall with the clan's coat of arms. Itachi turned around and went into the house. There he angrily went to the second floor. Mikoto saw her son's face and followed him. The woman opened the door and saw her son, who was sitting silently. Son, is something wrong? Mikoto asked. No, nothing, Itachi answered rudely. Mikoto ran up to her son, and now Itachi was looking at his mother's stomach. The woman pressed Itachi's head to her. "Son, tell me everything, open your soul. Let me take away your pain," Mikoto said. Tears came from Itachi's eyes. The genius of the clan gave way. Mikoto fell to her knees with her son. Now his head was near his mother's chest. "Mom," Itachi said softly, "It's okay, son. As a mother, I love you very, very much. I will try to support you in any decision you make. And I know, son, you were not to blame for Shusue's death, because you were best friends." "I know, son," Mikoto said. "Mom," Itachi said softly again and hugged his mother harder. "I love you, son," Mikoto said and kissed Itachi on the forehead. She often did this with her children. "I love you, Mom," Itachi said. Mikoto sat there with Itachi until he fell asleep. As soon as Itachi fell asleep, Mikoto put him on the bed and covered him with a blanket. It was already night in the courtyard. She kissed him on the forehead, turned off the lamp and went out the door. Itachi, as soon as Mikoto left, got up and dressed in ANBU clothes. It's a terrible night. Itachi thought about the murder. The top allowed him to leave only one. There was a choice of Mikoto, Kyomi and Sasuke. Mikoto definitely won't agree to live instead of children. Kyomi won't be able to live with such a weight and will break down. In addition, it will be used as an incubator of uchi. Itachi decided to leave only his brother. Although he wasn't completely sure. The genius of the clan went out the window. He quickly went downstairs and started going into every house. Itachi appeared in the house. "Itachi, with what fates I still remember you from the cradle," said the old grandfather. A horizontal blow that forced the insides to come out, and the grandfather began to choke in blood. "In his own blood? For what?" Grandfather said softly. "No, father," said a guy about 20 years old who ran into the room. Again, a katana strike that left a mark on the guy's chest, finishing his life in seconds. Itachi left the house because he didn't feel any more life in her. Without going far, Itachi went into the next building. "Hoity-toity, what a baby we have," said the mother, holding the 1-year-old child in her arms. "Yes, honey, he's beautiful," her husband said. It was their first child that they had been waiting for so long. Itachi abruptly appeared from behind and ended the mother's life with one blow. The child began to fall and scream. The father of the family stood up abruptly and immediately received a penetrating wound right in the heart area. The child was still screaming. Itachi came over and quickly ended the child's suffering. Once again, the genius of the clan went to the next building. There was a lonely grandmother, who also knew Itachi since childhood. "Itachi, didn't think that you would come running to us? And why are you wearing ANBU clothes?" an elderly woman asked. A vertical blow that almost split the woman's head in two, and again Itachi went to another building. In the houses of the uchi, the lights slowly began to fade. Where there was no light, there were only corpses. Itachi entered the house and saw 3 children and 1 mother there. "Hello, you need someone?" "We didn't do anything," said the girl and hugged the children to her. "Mom, protect us," the girl screamed. "Mom, I will protect you," said the guy, is clearly the oldest of them and the bravest. He ran up to Itachi and immediately got hit from the elbow in the nose. And then a finishing penetrating wound to the lung. The cold began to penetrate the child's breathing. The woman rushed to her child and bent down in front of him. The girl began to shed tears over her son's corpse. The blow and the girl's head flies off her shoulders and falls on the corpse of her son. The remaining children were frightened and began to run away to the corners of the room. The jump is a blow that cut the girl's back and she tore the whip with her corpse. Another girl covered herself with a blanket and tried to hide. Itachi inflicted a penetrating wound directly into the girl's head, punching her through. Blood covered the canvas, staining it in dark red tones. Itachi left again and got into another building. Everyone was already asleep there. Itachi quickly killed them. They only woke up in pain at the last moment. Itachi again entered the building. It was the house of his girlfriend Izumi. The girl was sitting on the couch and getting ready for bed. But when she saw Itachi, she ran up to him and hugged him. "Itachi, what are you doing here and why are you covered in blood?" The girl asked. "I want to tell you something," Itachi said. "What about the native?" Izumi asked. I love you very much. But we're not meant to be together. Our clan was planning a coup if it happened. Then there would have been a civil war in the village, innocent people would have died. There would have been a lot of deaths and then other villages would have found out about it, then they would have attacked us and finished everyone off. That's why I chose the death of our clan instead of other lives, Itachi said. Izumi was silent for a long time. I love you Itachi, glad my boyfriend is like that. Who puts the lives of others above his own. I'm glad I could be with you. I know about Shursui. I know it's not you. Thank you for telling the truth, Izumi said. Then Itachi's sword pierced her back. Tears of pain came from his eyes, and blood flowed profusely from his mouth. Izumi, who did not think that she would die today, accepted death in the arms of her beloved from whom she died. I love you, Itachi, and Shursui and I will look after you, Izumi said. Look into my eyes, my love, Itachi said, all in tears. Izumi looked into Itachi's eyes and saw the world in which she and Itachi were together. She was happy there and had children. While she was seeing illusions, the girl died. Itachi, still like a minim for 5 minutes, shed tears over her. Over the girl he loved, who doted on him. But the most terrible thing was the murder of the mother, the one who gave birth to him. Who loved and comforted him. Treated wounds, hugged. Spent sleepless nights with him. Itachi couldn't figure out how to do it, and most likely he wouldn't even be able to raise his hand to her. Itachi put the girl's body on the bed and wiped her tears, squeezed her hand one last time and left. Mikoto couldn't sleep. At first, for the first time, angry Itachi also delayed the children. She couldn't sleep, oddly enough, even Fugaku wasn't sleeping. Abruptly, the woman heard footsteps and saw Itachi, who was covered in blood. Son, what happened? Said the girl and ran up to him. Mom, come on, I need to talk to you, Itachi said. Itachi took his mother's hand and led the way. Mikoto went to get her son. They came to the hall where Fugaku was already sitting. So Mom, Dad, the thing is. Itachi said. I see. So you chose the village instead of your clan, Fugaku said. As the head of the clan, I'm disappointed in you. Well, as a father, I'm glad that I have such a son. Well, you chose your side, do your thing. Fugaku said. Itachi's hand was shaking and couldn't even move. You have no place to retreat, you have made a choice, said Fugaku. I'm asking you to protect Kyomi, Fugaku said, and don't forget about Sasuke-san, said Mikoto. A large, dark room, silence, which was only interrupted by Itachi, whose tears were dripping on the floor. Itachi didn't understand how to kill relatives, how to kill loved ones. His act will not be praised, not under any circumstances. No one will understand him. Yes, even he himself did not understand why he was doing all this. Mikoto began to suspect that Itachi would not leave Kyomi alive because he once hinted that he would be the only one alive. She was quietly folding the seals tiger goat rat horse boar rabbit. Then Itachi made up his mind. He swung his sword sharply, while his head was opachin. Katana abruptly walked along Mikoto's back, who instantly had blood in her mouth. The cold was slowly coming into her mind. It was incredibly painful, and Mikoto started crying. Here Fugaku abruptly presses her to him. "I love you, dear, I love you," said Fugaku, who started crying from the loss of his beloved. Fugaku still remembers how long he won the heart of this girl. When she said yes to him, he was over the moon with happiness. The most beautiful kunoichi and also not the weakest of the clan told him yes. "I love you, honey, I'm a soul transformation technique right now," Mikoto said quietly. At that moment, her soul flew away in an unknown direction. Again, a katana strike, this time horizontal, from which Fugaku filled up his wife's body. Fugaku died almost instantly while covering his wife. Naruto was sleeping now, and then he abruptly finds himself in an unknown place. It was light all around and had no restrictions of its own. "Mikoto-san," Naruto said in shock. "Naruto-kun, I can't hold the technique for long," Mikoto said and fell to her knees. Naruto ran up and fell to his knees and looked into Mikoto's face, who smiled at such a gesture. "Naruto, I ask you to protect Kyomi. Can I ask you for it? You always keep your promises." "Maybe I'm asking a lot, I'm sorry," Mikoto said, breathing heavily. "Mikoto-san, of course, I will protect you, too," said Naruto. "It's too late, Naruto, I'm already dead. I was able to use this forbidden technique," as Mikoto said. "No, it can't be. Who is it?" Naruto asked. "Please, Naruto, open my children's eyes. Let them not fight with each other. I myself decided to die at the hands of Itachi. This is our choice with my husband. Itachi did it for them," Mikoto said, and Naruto's face expressed shock. Tears had already started from his eyes. Mikoto whimpered, "Well, how is that?" Naruto asked. "Don't worry, Naruto-kun, about the dead, think about the living. Especially about those who have no love. You look so much like your father. Always trying to protect everyone. You should have seen his face when he couldn't save his students. You look like Minato. I think he's proud of you. Continue the path of your father, Naruto-kun," Mikoto said. "Be sure, Mikoto-san, I'm sorry I couldn't save you. You meant a lot to me," Naruto said. "Thank you, goodbye, Naruto. I love you, be sure to pass on my words to the children," Mikoto said before disappearing. Naruto wiped his tears and came out of consciousness. Abruptly putting on his white t-shirt and pants, Uzumaki jumped out the window. "Son, where are you going?" Kushina asked after her fleeing son. Naruto quickly ran towards the Uchiha quarter. "My feet sometimes stumbled." And the tears began to flow from his eyes with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, Kyomi and Sasuke were already running down the block straight to the house. "So you're on the second one, I'll look at the first one," said Sasuke. "I understand, be careful," Kyomi said. Sasuke immediately looked into the hall and opening the doors found the corpses of his parents, and behind them Itachi was standing there. No, Mom, Dad, who did this? What does all this mean, brother?" Sasuke shouted, all in tears. Then kunai flew by and cut Sasuke's ear. "Ah, brother, what are you doing? Who killed our parents? What does it all mean?" Sasuke was still shouting. "Stupid little brother, I did it. I was testing my skills and strength. You would know how nice it was to kill all these filthy clansmen, and parents are doubly pleased," Itachi said with a predatory smile. I don't believe Mom and Dad loved you, you couldn't." Sasuke kept hoping that this was a terrible dream. Kyomi heard the screams and went downstairs. "Here's a look," Itachi said and activated his eyes. Showing the death of his fellow clansmen, Itachi did it most cruelly so that hatred would settle in the soul of his brother. Sasuke fell to the floor, saliva started coming out of his mouth, and everything was swimming in his eyes. Tears flowed profusely from his eyes, saying that he had seen his family killed. Here, in Sasuke's eyes, the color changed and one volume spun to the bottom, "Kill your best friend and get eyes like mine." At this moment Itachi activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. "Then come to me," Itachi said. I tried to say something to Sasuke and passed out. Then Kyomi entered the room. She immediately ran up to her brother and began trying to wake him up. Sasuke, what's wrong with you?" Kyomi said, not yet seeing her grief much more than her unconscious brother. "Kyomi," a bass voice sounded and immediately Itachi appeared 2 meters away from her. "Brother, what's going on here? Where's mom? Where's dad? What's up with Sasuke?" Kyomi asked, looking at Itachi in fear. "You have to understand, your life is worthless. You can't live with hate in your soul. After all, you are worthless and you have nothing but games and jokes in your head. You were only needed by your parents." Itachi said, No, don't say that, brother. I love you." "What kind of hatred?" Kyomi asked and immediately got hit in the chest with her foot, which sent her flying into the wall. Kyomi shook her head a little and looked forward. At that moment, he turned sideways to her, pointing his katana at the corpses. After quickly doing 2 and 2, Kyomi got on all fours and started walking to her parents. There was a trail of tears behind her. "No Itachi, brother, no, mom, dad, no Itachi." "How so?" Kyomi said softly in tears as she crawled forward. "You're nothing, your result is death," Itachi said. Sasuke heard it all. He couldn't do anything. Itachi kicked Kyomi Toka again, this time in the head, from which she flew back to the wall. "No, don't touch her, I beg you, my brother," Sasuke said softly, pulling my hand towards my sister. "Brother, no, for what? Please tell me you're lying," the girl sobbed from the pain of mental and physical. "Die," Itachi said, and holding his sword out in front of him, he jumped to Kyomi. "No," Sasuke shouted, he couldn't even move a finger. First there was the sound of the katana penetrating the flesh, and then she collided with a tree punching her through. Kyomi only managed to close her eyes. It was mega fast. Kyomi suddenly felt that she was still alive and something very warm was flowing over her face. Ka. Someone coughed while spitting a lot of blood. Kyomi looked up and saw Naruto. His chest was pierced from covering it with himself. At the same time, giving himself a punch to redirect the katana. He was able to do it and the katana pierced a centimeter from the girl's head. Naruto's white t-shirt was covered in his blood. Blood was coming from behind his mouth. The fire of life began to fade in his eyes. Naruto felt the cold coming towards him. "Naruto, is you," Itachi said softly, depending on who he punched. No Naru," Kyomi screamed, all in tears. "Don't cry, tears don't suit your face," said Naruto and let go of the katana that he was holding with his hands. His hands were covered in blood, bleeding profusely. Uzumaki rubbed Kyomi's face, wiping away her tears, leaving a bloody trail at the same time. Kyomi trembled all over from such cold touches of Naruto's hands for the first time. There was incredible pain in my soul. Kyomi had 2 languid ones, and then they spun sharply and formed a Mangekyo Sharingan. In the center of the eye was a circle where a trio of arcs were reduced to form an unusual pattern. "There is no Naru," Kyomi said softly and fell unconscious. "That she had a Sharingan from where? I didn't know about it." "And now there's also Mangekyo," Itachi said. "We are nobody without a family. The most important thing in our life is family. There is no bond stronger than family ties," Naruto said. "Naruto? Itachi? Son knew," Kushina screamed, being shocked by the situation. Naruto scratched the spruce like the back of his head with his bloody hands, and then smiled as Minato did at the time. "No, honey, what is Minato that you are?" Kushina said, "Do you want to die? Let me deal with him," Naruto's voice screamed inside. Naruto abruptly moved into the subconscious. Now he was standing in front of the cage. Quickly passing the bars, Naruto went into the depths. And there was the fox himself. He was all wrapped up in Makutan, trees punched him everywhere. It also had an unusual red gate that held Biju's body and tails. The fox, when he got here, appeared like this. He had never been in such a bad subconscious. Even Kushina and Mito had it better. "What do you need?" Naruto asked. "Little one, free me, stop training your Mokutan on me. Give me freedom, you little creature. You're going to die now, after all," the fox shouted. "I know, so I came here," said Naruto. "What?" screamed the fox. Naruto jumped up sharply and touched the fox's head, and then back again. At the same time, a red thread of the chakra remained behind him. Uzumaki was covered with the Biju chakra, the whole Makuto abruptly left, and the gate also disappeared. Now the fox was just lying on the water. Kushina, seeing the sight of her son, released chains that quickly reached Itachi and were able to drive him away from Naruto. Itachi understood that the meeting with Kushina Uzumaki could end very badly. And it wasn't in Itachi's plans. The genius of the clan retreated and looked at his relatives who were unconscious. "What have you done, Itachi? They all loved you. What kind of person are you?" Kushina screamed. She was hurt just by the sight of her best friend. "Well then I'll leave the two of them to you, Kushina-san," Itachi said, and wearing a black cloak and Anbu mask disappeared. Kushina ran up to her son and picked up his bloody t-shirt and saw that there was no wound there at all. She was in shock. "Mom, everything is fine," Naruto said, and at that moment he was pinned down. "I love you, son, don't do that anymore, my dear," said Kushina, dropping tears on her son. "I love you, Mom, I'll do my best," said Naruto and Naru. "Mom, Dad, brother," Kyomi said softly. "Let's go here," Kushina said, and took Kyomi under her other arm and pressed her to herself. "Kushina-san, please take me to my mother," the girl said. "Okay," said Kushina, and taking the girl with Naruto went to Mikoto. "Kyomi, Naruto, Kushina-san ate," said Sasuke, getting up. "Shadow cloning," Kushina said, and a clone followed Sasuke. The clone picked up Sasuke and carried him to the original. Kushina approached her friend's body and threw off her husband's body. Sitting down next to Kushina, she put her friend's head on her lap. Kushina, not sparing tears, began to cry right over her friend's head. Kyomi couldn't stand it either and clung to her mother's cold hand. It was so bad at heart. Just recently one touch of her mother's hands pleased Kyomi, and now she is gone. Sasuke stood up and walked up to his sister and hugged her from behind. Naruto ate sitting and dropping his tears. Kushina Toka now realized how close Mikoto was to her. They were like sisters. Mikoto was willing to do anything for Kushina, and she was for her. More recently, they were sitting with children playing with them when they were still eating on their feet. Mikoto often comforted her after losing Minato. Once she and her friend had already reached the bed in a fit of feelings, where they spent the whole day in each other's arms, giving caresses to each other. Kushina had not thought before how much she loves caresses. Kushina understood that everything was not clean here, because when she ran after Naruto, she saw Danzo walking in the uchi area out of the corner of her eye. There were also Anbu who did something with the corpses. A couple of people noticed her. Kyomi clung to her mother's hand, trying to figure out why all this was for her. Why exactly did she die? Sasuke himself wept over the body of his mother and father. After all, he loved them very much. Itachi's betrayal turned him upside down. Sasuke saw perfectly well how Naruto saved his sister and decided that he would never do it. After all, Naruto is ready to give his life for his family. And Sasuke would like his sister to be happy. So the four sat near the bodies. Kushina Toka was hurt by the sight of Kyomi trying to hug her mother, so we need to take them all away, I have to. Shadow cloning, Kushina said. Kushina wiped the blood near her friend's mouth with her handkerchief and lowered her head from her lap. Sorry girlfriend, I'll stay with you. But now I have to save our children, Kushina said. One clone took Sasuke, the other Naruto, and she took Kyomi. After all, Kyomi didn't even want to leave. Fearing for Kyomi Kushina's psyche, she tore the girl from her mother's body. They all came out at once and ran towards the exit. Kushina saw Anba again, and now it became clear that they were collecting their eyes. The Anbu saw them and abruptly jumped after them. Abruptly, something black flashed and the heads of two Anbu flew down. Run, Itachi said. But why? Kushina asked. I am a creature, not a man. Run, Itachi said, killing Anbu root again. Kushina was running across the roofs, and she had already jumped over the walls of the uchi as a detachment of Anbu root and Danzo himself appeared in front of her. Itachi didn't keep his promise, however, Danzo said. This was heard by Naruto and Kushina, so Sasuke and Kyomi were sleeping. What kind of promise? Kushina said. It doesn't matter, Danzo said and gave the command. All the root Anbu launched explosive seals on her to kill everyone. Here something red and huge got in the way of the kunai. The kunai were easily repelled by an unknown shield. Then Itachi appeared near Kushina and the children. Danzo, let them go or else I will tell all the black deeds of Konoha to other villages. I'll tell the whole truth about you to the third. Better let them go, Itachi said. Damn Uchiha, what do you think you are? Danzo shouted, you are the defender of the village, you must understand what all this will lead to, Itachi said. Okay, go ahead, Danzo said. Susanoo abruptly disappeared. Go, I'll cover, Itachi said, pushing Kushina. So they passed. Itachi escorted Kushina to their house. When Kushina and her children crossed the barrier, Itachi left. Kushina brought the children in and, after examining each one, put them on the bed next to her. Kyomi was still shuddering and tears were coming from her eyes. Calm down, honey, that's enough, Kushina Kyomi was saying. At the same time, stroking on the back. She's dead, Mom, Kyomi said softly and snuggled up to Kushina's chest. Honey, you have to be strong. Your mom wouldn't want to see your tears. Kushin tried to calm down. I'm weak, worthless, and my head is full of jokes. I don't want to live without her, Kyomi said softly. No, it's not like that, Kushina said. Itachi said that his parents needed me and he was right. He's right about everything. It would be better to kill me, Kyomi said. No, it's not. You, a little sunshine. I need you, believe me. Your mother dreamed of you. You think she'd want you dead? That's right. No, Kushina said, stroking the girl's hair. Need you, said Naruto lying next to me. Naru, Kyomi said and turned to face the red-haired man, remaining in Kushina's arms. Your mother came to me before she died. She told you too that she loves you very much. Loves all of you, Sasuke, Itachi, said Naruto, and Kushina was just in shock. How do you understand that? Itachi killed her, Sasuke asked. She also said that you wouldn't even think of fighting with your brother. After all, she herself decided to die at the hands of Itachi, Naruto said. Kyomi, Sasuke, and Kushina were just in shock. How? I wanted to kill him. To avenge my parents, and then you say that. Why did our parents die? For what? Sasuke asked. So you have to understand Itachi's act. You'll have to get answers from him without killing him. After all, this is the last will of your mother, Naruto said. Damn it, Naruto, tell me what I have to do, asked Sasuke. Find Itachi and find out everything, Naruto said. Why did she come to you specifically? Asked Kushina. I understand this is due to the fact that Kyomi is not indifferent to me, said Naruto. Well, then it turns out Kyomi, he told you this in order to increase Sasuke's rage, Kushina said. The woman has long understood whose order Itachi was carrying out. Brother, what does it all mean, said Sasuke. Damn it. Mom, I knew you had a lot of tricks. But not the same, Itachi thought, watching the remains of his family through the raven. Kyomi, you would know how much I want to hug you and kiss you. I think even if I apologize all my life, there is no forgiveness for my words and actions, Itachi thought, so let the children sleep well. Sasuke, Kyomi, wake me up if you want to go to the toilet. Don't be afraid, our house is protected by a barrier, Kushina said. In covering herself and Kyomi with a blanket, she began to fall asleep. Kyomi clutched her blouse with her hands and fell asleep. The girl said something all night and generally did not sleep well. In the morning, someone knocked on the door and Kushina wanted to get up, but Kyomi was pressed against her. Having created a clone and being replaced by it, Kushina went to open the door. Hi Kushina, Jiraiya-san. Kushina said. Kushina, why is there someone's blood on your clothes? Sanin asked. Come on, we should have a serious talk, Kushina said. When they came to the kitchen, Jiraiya-san, the entire Uchiha clan was slaughtered yesterday. Itachi Uchiha did it. My friend's children are still alive, now I have them, Kushina said. But why? Sanin asked in shock. He could not have imagined that the strongest clan would be cut out overnight. I think it's Danzo's doing. When I ran to the Uchi quarter yesterday, I saw how his people were collecting Uchi eyes. Besides, Danzo attacked us when I was pulling out the children, Kushina said. I see. You know you're in serious danger. Danzo just won't leave you alone and will get to the children, Jiraiya said, fearing for the girl. I understand, and most likely it's a matter of time, Kushina said. Don't say that, you hear, Kushina? You need to once again not go outside. And anyway, I'll be here now. There's still time to lose you now, Sanin said. Thank you, Kushina said. Kushina cooked breakfast for which Naruto Toka came. Kyomi and Sasuke were asleep. Naruto, hi, said Sanin. Good morning sensei, said Naruto. Son, let's sit down and eat, said Kushina. After breakfast, everyone was sitting as Kyomi quietly came into the room. Sorry for not the convenience of Kushina-san, we'll go to our room, said Sasuke holding his sister's hand. There is none. You stay now, this is your home, Kushina said. But we re-uploading you, said Sasuke. Oh, so here they are, said Jiraiya, entering the hall. Hello, said Sasuke and Kyomi. Hee, my name is Jiraiya. I think you should understand it's better for you to live here for now, Jiraiya said. If you don't mind, of course, said Sasuke. Sasuke and Kyomi stayed with Naruto. Jiraiya couldn't stay long because of the surveillance mission. Kyomi visited her mother's grave at least once a week. All three of them went to the current academy 2 weeks later. All three graduated from the academy perfectly. Kushina greeted everyone like her own children. She herself became very attached to them. And in Kyomi she found herself. Surprisingly, the Kushins all came out at the same time. Congratulations, you are well done. Now you are already my beloved shinobi, Kushina said. Thanks mom, said Naruto. Thank you Kushina-san, said Sasuke. Thank you, threw herself into Kyomi's arms. So today we will celebrate it, you can still walk until the evening. And you, Kyomi, let's buy you clothes with me, beauty, Kushina said, seeing that the old clothes did not suit her. And why today? Kyomi asked. You're 12 now, and you look great. I think your mom was jealous of my long hair, which is why you have the same hair as me, Kushina said. Ahaha, well, maybe she told me never to touch them, Kyomi said, looking sad, that's all, I shouldn't have started this topic. If she knew, she'd be proud of you. You re a little copy of her, but you have features from Fugaku, too, Kushina said. I'll try, Kyomi said. So they came to the store. Kyomi changed her wardrobe. Now she looked like this, see the comments after the part. After coming home, Kushina went to cook. Kyomi also joined her. Having prepared a wonderful dinner, they began to wait for Naruto and Sasuke to return. In the morning, Naruto woke up in a bad mood. Today his mom is going on a mission. Lately Jiraiya has been silent. Sasuke doesn't know what he wants. The only one who somehow pleased him was Kyomi. Naruto, shouted such a familiar voice, and now a girl with long black hair was sitting on Uzumaki. Good morning Kyomi, said Naruto, I hope we will be on the same team. I really don't know where to go without you, Kyomi said. Everything will be fine. Something tells me that we will be on the same team. Now I'm thinking about my mother's mission. I'm sorry, Naruto said. Kushina-san said that it's only for 2 days at most, Kyomi said, trying to support her friend. Well, let's go to the academy, said Naruto. Let's go, Kyomi said. Our three quickly got to the academy and sat down in their seats and waited for the teacher, which did not take long to wait. Good morning, everyone. I am glad to see each of you. I wish you that each of your missions will end with success. Be patient, listen to your mentors. And don't make hasty decisions. And now the list of commands. It lasted long enough as the so desired names were heard: Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Kyomi, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Team number 7 mentor Hatake Kakashi. That's it, good luck to everyone once again. Iruka said and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto's ear, Kyomi screamed and jumped on Uzumaki. He, in turn, did not expect this and fell. Yeah, you worth each other, said Sasuke. By the way, our mentor likes to be late, I know him. What are we going to do for the next 3 hours, asked Naruto. Let's go to the backyard there, at least we'll spend time usefully, said Sasuke. Let's distract you from thinking now, Kyomi said. Kakashi, meanwhile, received instructions from the third and went out towards the academy. When he entered the classroom, he did not find anyone, so they left after all. Well, my first impression of them is that I don't like them, Kakashi thought, and heard the sound of weapons hitting each other. Going to the window on the second floor, from which the backyard was visible, Hatake saw his students. Naruto threw shurikens at Sasuke and he dodged with the help of Sharingan. The same thing was done by Kyomi Toka, already apparently a clone. So they train together. I think their teamwork is excellent. They have been living together for many years. So we'll do without the test, I think, Kakashi thought. Uzumaki was sitting on a tree looking at the training of these two and thinking about how Kakashi appeared in front of him in a whirlwind of leaves. I wonder which one of you is the original, said Hatake. I think it's easy to understand it by this, said Naruto, and taking 3 shurikens in his hands sent them twisting at a wild angle. The shurikens flew around Sasuke and hit each other. They hit the target by making cuts on their hands and feet, from which Sasuke fell. Hit the target, I'm not surprised, said Hatake. Yeah, it's hard to surprise someone who knows me from Antu, said Naruto. Well, let's go get acquainted with everyone, said Kotka and went downstairs. Sasuke, sorry, shouted Naruto. Nothing Naruto, I didn't see them with Sharingan. It's my fault, said Sasuke. So, let's get acquainted. My name is Hatake Kakashi. I like to read the rest. I think you are not very interested, said Hatake. Kyomi Uchiha, I love my brother, Kushina-san, and Naruto. I want to become a strong kunoichi in the first Hokage girl, the black-haired one said, so clear. Quite an open person, Kakashi noted for himself. Uchiha Sasuke, I love that joker over there. Of course, I don't like a lot of things. I want to get answers from one person, Sasuke said with a serious face. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, I love my family. I can't stand arrogant and betrayals. I want to protect my family and friends, the red-haired man said. It's all clear to me. I think we'll get along. I would like to conduct a test with you. But since you lived with 3 people and you don't feel any dislike for each other, I don't see the point in it. Will we start the missions today or tomorrow? Asked Hotake. Today, the team shouted. Kakashi smiled with his eye and they went to the Hokage. So a week passed, and then another. Naruto either sat on the head of the 4th or trained while his clones were busy. The thought was one mother died on a mission, there is no other way to explain it. The 3rd one constantly said that there were delays in missions, the 3rd one disgusted Naruto more and more. After all, the old man sent the shinobi to no one knows where, and he doesn't have any information yet. Here's Team 7 back at the Hokage and waiting for the next mission to paint the fence or catch animals. Well, we tested your teamwork for strength and decided to issue a mission of rank C, said the 3rd, at least, I thought something, Naruto, and outwardly he was calm. Your mission is to free the hostage. According to our information and the point marked on this map, there is a hostage. The robbers have it. Shinobi is not there. The approximate number of people is 10 people. They stole the daughter of a local harrower who turned to us, the 3rd finished his speech. I see, Hotake said. But Naruto did not delve into the mission at all. After all, he noticed Danzo's malicious smile. This dirty old man, who only once approached Sannin and since then Naruto does not understand him. The team went outside the village in the 1st. Now they ran straight to the point. According to Hotake's plan, with their pace and 2 passes, they will arrive by nightfall. Hey Naruto, what's wrong with you? Asked Sasuke. Nothing, everything is fine, said Naruto. Are you sure you've become so thoughtful in the last 2 weeks? Sometimes you don't hear us, Kyomi said. Hear me, everything is fine, Naruto said with anger in his voice. He was probably rude to Kyomi for the first time. The girl didn't even move an eye, because she knew what he was thinking. Okay, that's enough, let's move out, said Kakashi. Our heroes were now sitting in the bushes and there was a village in front of them. The number of houses, not including watchtowers, was about 10 houses. The houses were 1-story, so according to the plan, our second one on the right is over there, said Hotake-sensei, and why I counted about 30 current fighters around the perimeter here. And there are 10 bandits and they are all in such a small building, Naruto said. Most likely he has a lower floor, said Hotake. I don't like all this, said Naruto. Now is not the time for Naruto's emotions, said Sasuke, so listen, there will be no repeat. We'll slip through the main guard together and then each of you takes 2 goals on yourself. I'll take the leftovers, Hotake said. The team moved forward, but then a searchlight began to look in their direction. They scattered to the sides, but after making a small arc they were together again. They are no longer standing near the walls. Hotake points after him. The team reached a small bush. Hotake came up and took off the genjutsu, so there was a passage and it was in the map? Naruto asked. Well, yes, Hotake said. Damn, then why were we needed since all this has already been explored, Naruto thought. Once inside, they rounded the house and jumped onto the roof to wait. No one has been there yet. It's been about an hour. The guards were all walking, that's the first stir. A drunken shinobi came out, buttoning his Sharingan. And 2 more behind him. They went around the corner. Do your business. As soon as they relaxed, Sasuke, Kyomi and Naruto jumped off and knocked out the drunks for a blow. One of them gave life, shout and I'll kill you in a second. Blink if you understand, Hitachi said, holding his mouth with his hand. Having received the answer, so where is the hostage, what did you do with her? Asked Hitachi. What a hostage, said the man. Naruto looked at the guards again and shouted Kai. At that moment, instead of guards, there were dead people there, which hung down, moved on some mechanisms. What does all this mean? There are seals everywhere, like on a drunkard. Hitachi picked up the T-shirt and was amazed, it was full of explosives. Explosions sounded everywhere. Hitachi quickly folds the seals and a wall grows out of the ground, which lifted his students to the top away from the explosion. But he himself remained in the epicenter of the explosion. When the team saw how the fire went from the bottom, they jumped down and found Kakashi in the hot wreckage. His outer clothing was completely burned. He suffered serious damage. Damn it, we have to leave, said Naruto. You said damn right away, Sasuke said. Hey you, a voice sounded from the side. Then all the fire converged in this direction. He made a circle near them, which had one passage in the direction of unknown people. One of whose eyes was closed. Who are you? Asked Naruto. Hey, girl, come to me and then you will get this woman, said Shinobi and printed out a naked woman with blood, red hair from a scroll. No. This can't be happening, Naruto thought. He clearly understood that the body was similar to his mother, besides this hair. But the body was all in wounds, some kind of white liquid was flowing over it. There were dried white and red spots on it. The body was covered with bruises and wounds. Wound on wound. It was obvious that they were hitting the naked body with a whip. There were burns, so they cauterized one wound and immediately opened it. Her soft spot resembled porridge. There will never be people with such resilience among civilians. It was obvious it was a shinobi. Better come here, the rough, hard voice repeated again. No kyomi, shouted Sasuke. Now they were holding Hitachi together with Naruto. Look who I have. The bloody habanera itself, said the man and took the bag off the captive's head. You, Ria Danzo creature, the woman said softly, but everyone heard it. Mom, Naruto said softly. Starting to lose control, tears began to flow profusely from his eyes and his body was still shaking. Well, there's nothing more to hide, said Danzo and took off the henge. Son of a bitch, I knew, shouted Naruto. You are smart, just like your father Naruto. But that you will choose the life of some girl or mother. You always strive to protect your loved ones, Danzo said and grabbed the girl and put a kunai to her throat. Don't do it Naruto, Kushina screamed in tears. There is no Kushina-san, Sasuke thought, even it was hard for him to hold on, the sight of a woman scared him. At least his mother didn't feel such pain. Kushina-san, there are no moms, Kyomi said softly, but Kushina heard it, tears welled up in her eyes. Her whole body ached with pain. And she was already tired of crying. But Kyomi's words awakened those feelings in her again. The woman realized that Kyomi would turn herself in. No, Kyomi, don't even think about it, honey. Naruto, stop her. I've already lived my life, damn it, Kushina said. Mom, said Naruto. Come on, let's lose it. Destroy him, you'll never win by yourself. Together we can do everything, the fox shouted. Naruto in Kyomi is both from Mikoto and from me. You promise to remember me, her mother. Wake up, son, the woman screamed. Naruto, make the right choice, the mother is more important. Your father thought you would protect her, Danzo said. By no means could he apply the technique of Shusui's eyes very rarely. He was eaten as enough for the third and for Sannin, and then he is not completely in his hands. And now we need to wait at least 10 years. Sasuke, take them out native. Tell them I love them. I love you too. Mikoto, Minato, I'm coming, Kushina said with her lips. Since Naruto and Kyomi were looking down, they didn't see it, unlike Sasuke, who could not understand why all this had fallen to him. A second Tomo appeared in Sasuke's eyes. Kushina looked up and abruptly moved her head towards Kunai. She pierced her neck with them. Blood flowed profusely from his mouth. No, shouted Naruto and Kyomi. Naruto's eyes began to throb and sting. It closed abruptly. Sasuke created clones, everyone took someone. And he took a friend and jumped right through the fire. Ahead of them was a chase from Anbu route. A dark forest in which nothing would be visible. If it wasn't for the moon that was right over the heads of our heroes. Sasuke kept running, trying to get away from the chase, whose chakra he saw with his Sharingan. There were at least 30 of them. The distance between them decreased, and the forces faded. If they catch up, it's death without a fight. But the worst thing is that Naruto was his nails then grew, then shrank again. He was trembling all over and shouted at times, saying something incomprehensible. Naruto, pull yourself together, my strength is already running out, said Sasuke. Uchiha was seriously scared of the chase. Besides, he didn't know where to run, so he chose the first way he came across. Sasuke understood another 5 minutes and he would fall down without strength. I needed at least something to hide. Naruto, can you put up a barrier so that we would come to our senses a little bit? Asked Sasuke. A little rest is possible and Kakashi will be able to recover. Uchiha thought. Yes, find a more comfortable place, said Naruto. What's wrong with you? Why don't you even open your eyes? Asked Uchiha. I can, they hurt a lot. Besides, I ate how I'm holding up. If I use the chakra a lot, I will give a gap to someone, Uzumaki said mysteriously. Understood, said Sasuke. Which has weakened quite a lot and its pace has become much slower than before. Sasuke saw an abandoned house in the depths of the forest, on the right, and turned there. Having reached through the thicket of the forest, he quickly went inside alone to check the situation. There was absolutely nothing inside, so Naruto put up a barrier, said Sasuke to his friend, who was standing on his feet but was still twitching strangely. Naruto began to fold the seals and the barrier slowly appeared right above the house. Over time the barrier completely enveloped the house. Doton, the swamp of the underworld, Uzumaki said, finishing the seals and touching the ground. Everywhere there was a swamp, which was not very visible against the background of the dark forest. Sasuke, put the seals on the top in a circle, 400 meters away from us. This is to hear in advance and run away, said Naruto. I'm fine now, said Sasuke and jumped to the nearest branch and then to another. Naruto leaned against the wall of the house and moving along it found the entrance. Going inside, Uzumaki stumbled and immediately fell. Kyomi woke up, but when she saw Naruto, she did not dare to help. The girl was afraid of his anger. Kushina died because of her. Naruto crawled to the nearest wall. And resting his back on her, he regained consciousness. Sasuke went inside and saw Naruto, who had a cover on the floor of the body. And Kyomi, who was crying while looking at Uzumaki. Uchiha approached his sister and knelt down in front of her. I understand it hurts you, but it hurts him a lot more than it hurts us. He supported us when we lost our parents, now it's his turn to support him. Uchiha voiced his thought. But it was because of me that she died. She gave her life for me. Why do people dear to me give their lives for me? How can I look him in the eye? Said Kyomi with tears in her eyes. I think you can do it alone. You've been friends with him since childhood. Kakashi made himself felt that he woke up. Hatake was surprised that they were alive at all. And Naruto's condition was even more frightening. Kyomi approached Naruto and even without looking at the veil hugged him. Kyomi began to be covered with the Biju chakra. She screamed in pain. Naruto woke up immediately. Biju's chakra began to recede, and along with his and the chakra that passed to Kyomi. Naruto, forgive me, you can blame me and hate me. Itachi was right, there are only jokes in my head. And I was needed by my parents, the girl said, snuggling up to Naruto. Naruto hugged the girl. Her words touched Uzumaki's soul. He's wrong. I need you. I'm not mad at you. Give me time to recover, Naruto said. What happened after a series of explosions in general? Hatake asked. That he was without outerwear. His mask didn't hold after the explosion. We found you unconscious. It was all a huge trap for us. The hostage was Kushina-san. At one point, an unknown person appeared. It was Danzo. He captured Kushina-san to capture Kyomi. We managed to get out of there only thanks to Uzumaki's sacrifice. We are being chased, Sasuke voiced the situation. There are no words, I am amazed. Many thought that Kushina-san died on a mission, Hatake said with sadness. He somehow controls the third. He would never agree to such a thing, Naruto said, and Kyomi was sitting on him. If that's the case, then Konoha has been in his hands for a long time. Well, how could this happen? Kakashi wondered. It's all about my sensei. Or rather, in his eyes. He had a peculiarity. He could change a person's life. Completely rewrite consciousness and life. With it, you can easily change someone's life. I noticed a similar chakra in his eye. But I don't understand how he controls this eye. These are the eyes of Shisui-san, said Kyomi. I know this one. But everyone says he's dead. And they couldn't even find the body. Well, if Danzo managed to find one eye and subdue the third, then we are now apostates, Hatake said. And what should we do now? Go back to the village where no one understands anything? Asked Sasuke. I think, said Kakashi. For more than an hour there was silence in the room. Kyomi did not leave Naruto. She needed comfort herself. Naruto would like to cry, but he knew now was not the time. He was afraid of a strong weakness in his whole body. And the eyes hurt strangely, and opening them was like raising the tones of iron. There was only one thought in my head: revenge. I would like to start by telling you a secret. Kushina-san warned me before she died. She came and told me everything that was going on. That Cancer Night, Sasuke, Kyomi. It was there that you all became the target of Danzo. According to her, Danzo and the root people collected the Uchiha's eyes that night. They noticed Kushina and you. She was attacked, but Itachi saved you all, Hatake began. Everyone was surprised except Naruto. I think I'll go to Konoha and try to bring the crime to my friends. The last fool will believe in my betrayal. At least I will save my friends. Maybe we can destroy Danzo. The son of White Fang voiced the idea. You're serious, Kakashi-sensei? Against all Anbu Konoha and the root to make a state coup? Yes, one Kage force will cope with the majority, said Naruto. That's also true, but I won't leave my friends. I have already made a similar mistake once. There will be no repeat, Kakashi said, eating as he stood up. Well, you leaving us, Kyomi said, which made Kakashi choke. After all, now everything looks exactly like this. Kakashi turned towards the students and looked at their faces. Naruto and Kyomi are heartbroken, and Sasuke, who was in thought. You are right, you have another mission. You are the main target of this old man, while we do not know why. Therefore, I will bring you to the land of iron. There are no shinobi competencies working there, and the ninja's foot has not entered there for a long time, Kakashi said, sitting down again. How much time do we have, Sasuke? Asked Hatake. At the time of departure, the distance was about 2 kilometers, and now I do not know. About 400 meters from the building there are traps, from below and from above. Not one has worked yet. He gave information to Sasuke. The barrier is strong, but if we are surrounded, we will die here. So, it's worth going further, said Naruto. I think so, but I need time. Well, at least 5 hours, said Hatake, I will create clones on you. I think it's better to keep a good distance, said Naruto. Don't rush, Naruto. I don't understand where to go. Initially, we went in the direction of the north from Konoha and did not go so far. If we take all this into account, we need to find the north from there and run like this until we see snow under our feet, Hatake said. But we will fall into their trap, and it is unlikely that we will all leave, said Sasuke. I will be your distraction. I will only need clones under the henge. They won't catch up with me, because I use a callback, as soon as I feel them in contact with me. They will see that you left with me and then everything is from you, Hatake said. I see, so we'll split up near those houses. Well, then let us go to sleep, Naruto said. Exactly, I agree, I need a rest, said Hatake. I'll be on the lookout, said Sasuke. And Kakashi-sensei, here you are, said Naruto and threw a blanket to Hatake. Thanks, Naruto, said Kakashi. Brother, what's going on? I want to talk to you. Sasuke thought. A small field surrounded by dense forest. It was easy to get lost in the woods if you didn't know where to go. There were many traps in it, not only in the form of nature, but also handmade. Ever since the war, such places have been stuffed with traps, for those who like to hide in the woods. In the center of the clearing, the last fire was dying out, from the explosions. But that was enough for the team to find this place and split up. Everything went according to plan, everyone followed Hatake. Because Danzo thought they would be looking for help at home. Danzo-sama, they went towards Konoha, Anbu reported. As I thought, okay, we'll go too, we need to cook everything there. To meet our apostates properly, said Danzo. Yes, Danzo-sama. Naruto and Uchiha were able to reach the land of iron by the next day closer to lunch. They crossed the border without hesitation and ran toward some village. That's how I feel, the centers of the chakra, said Sasuke. We take off the bandages and put them on, said Naruto, printing out 3 black tears. What's the floor of your house like there? Asked Kyomi. No, current is the most necessary, said Naruto. So I'll go and buy us a place in the hotel, while you find food or something, said Sasuke. We will not divide, I have enough food in my scrolls for at least a week. I don't have much money, said Naruto. I didn't take any money at all, Kyomi said. Don't worry, if we take a room for one, we will be able to sleep on the bed and on the floor, said Sasuke. Brother, I'm not picky and I can do it on the floor, you know, Kyomi said. I think you don't have a better moment to find and talk to your brother, said Naruto. Even if we find him, what will it give us? Asked Sasuke. You will get answers to your questions, said Naruto. Well, then our goal is Itachi, said Sasuke. A year has passed since the latest events, a lot has changed. Konoha turned into a place where everyone wanted to leave. Raising taxes on the house, water. Goods have risen in price as a result. Tough rule changes at the academy. Besides, to get out of the academy, you are fighting with your peer and have to kill him. Why Danzo decided to start rebuilding right now is unknown. The worst thing about this is that everything was done through the third undermining his authority. Meanwhile, our heroes tried to reach out to a criminal organization. For this they left the country of iron. They visited many bars, nightclubs, and local gangs in order to get to the criminals. They have evaded the chase many times. Yet they are still children and have never learned to hide from the ANBU. More recently, they managed to establish a connection with the organization and set up a meeting with Itachi and his partner. It became clear that 2 people work in the organization. It was a safety net, or so they increased their strength. But why would they need this, or that if the strength of one current was estimated at S+ rank? Itachi realized that there was nothing here and therefore set up a meeting with customers in the old Uchi shelters. He told Kisame to keep an eye on who would come in and if that, wait for the signal. The genius of the clan could not imagine that these were his relatives, since I didn't think that they would be able to quickly increase their strength in such a short time. 3 Unknown people entered the building. From a distance it might seem that these are mountains. But only coming closer, it was fashionable to see things in it that were not of natural origin. Ignoring this, our heroes went inside. The times were like that now. There was no time to look at the beauty of forests, fields, and lakes. Especially when there's a bounty on your head. And on the heels are ANBU and your former comrades. Cruel and cruel. To make Genuis chase criminals, one of which is the Jinchuriki. This is a one-way mission. Itachi immediately noticed henge on them. And even more so, an old man of 50 years cannot have a chakra hearth stronger than Kisame's several times. Don't pretend who you are. I immediately decided to expose Itachi. What are you talking about? A woman of about 30 asked. An old man can have a chakra hearth like Biju's, Itachi said. Well, you rewrite, brother, said Sasuke, taking off the henge, so that's how they decided to kill me. Here I told you, Sasuke, to come with eyes like mine, Itachi said. You protected us that night from Danzo. You didn't kill us. Why? Sasuke asked. My stupid brother. It turns out you came to talk to me, said Itachi. That night, Danzo and his men collected the eyes of our clansmen. They killed Kushina-san to get Kyomi. But it didn't work out for them, Sasuke said. Okay, so you came to me for help. You definitely have a brain, little brother. To ask for help from the one who killed the parents and the whole clan, Itachi said, you, our family. We decided a long time ago that we wouldn't even fight you. After all, this is Mom's last wish, Kyomi said. You know the history of our clan. Once Madara Uchi, one of the strongest Uchi who owned Mangekyo Sharingan, stopped seeing that he lost the light forever. But in the darkness, he found the source of a new light, and these are the eyes of his younger brother. I'm sorry, Azuna, Madara's last words before he tore out his brother's eyes. The darkness receded that day, granting the user an eternal Mangek Sharingan. But the price was the life of his younger brother. Sasuke, grant me the light, Itachi shouted at the last words. Everyone took a step back from Itachi's scream, and his story amazed everyone. Kyomi started walking towards Itachi, who was still sitting and doing nothing. When the distance was already less than a meter, Kyomi activated her eyes. Kyomi had not touched Itachi for so long. She pulled her hand towards his face, which made complete calmness tremble. She touched his face. Take my eyes, brother, you hide the pain in your soul. Open up to us, Kyomi said and hugged Itachi. Itachi was in shock. He thought they would kill him or something. But not hugs. Kyomi clung to her brother's chest and cried. Itachi closed his eyes and found himself in the subconscious. I'm not worthy, no, not worthy, Itachi said. It's not like that, son, look, she's crying with happiness. She didn't fully believe all your words. Your anger didn't work, Mikoto said, hugging her son. I caused her so much pain, I don't have enough life to apologize to her. Itachi was already shedding tears. Tell them the truth, they love you. You their family. You the big brother, Mikoto said. Itachi opened his eyes and lowered his head and saw Kyomi all in tears. She clung to his chest through his crying. Sasuke and Naruto were amazed. Itachi hugged Kyomi without hesitation. This baby was a copy of his mother. Well, don't cry, and I won't need your eyes if you cry, little sister, Itachi said. Itachi, what happened that day? Asked Sasuke. The clan was planning a coup. I was a double spy. For Soklanvets I was their spy, and for the village their spy. The clan wanted to seize control of Naruto and use him to restore its former greatness. But this would not have happened. ANBU Root and ANBU Konoha were preparing for this every day. If our people made themselves known at least a little bit, then they would be waiting for one outcome. Children and women would become the basis for a slave clan. Women, young girls, would use them to raise children. And all adult men would be killed as well as young men. Some would have been sent for experiments. This plan was developed by Danzo and not approved by the third. I knew that Danzo would use Sasuke's eye to destroy our clan. But I did everything to prevent this from happening, Itachi finished. During his speech he stroked Kyomi's hair and back. Naruto and Sasuke were shocked. The village turned out to be much more bloodthirsty than it really is, brother, said Sasuke, and also rushed to Itachi. The family was reunited. Itachi, we have big problems. Danzo, in our opinion, controls the third eye Sasuke. I think you, like me, want revenge on this old man, Naruto said. Itachi thought about it, but his brother and sister hugging him nearby did not let him think about something. I'm glad you're alive. Well, I think in about 3 years we will be able to do it, Itachi said. Not a bad idea, I need time to train. Okay, I'll leave you alone, Naruto said. I'm sorry. Especially you, Kyomi. I told you a lot that night that I'm sure that I'm not worthy of your forgiveness. Of course, Itachi said. Kyomi looked into her older brother's eyes. Of the faces were on the same level. How the girl got up right on Itachi's knees and kissed him on the forehead. This gesture, like a mother's, flew through the brothers' heads. I forgive you. After all, I love you and Sasuke, Kyomi said. You shouldn't have taken everything on yourself, Sasuke said. I didn't think of that. I would have saved a lot more lives that night if I had just taken our clan away, Itachi said. Brother, what's wrong with your eyes? Asked Kyomi. Don't be afraid, everything is fine. I think I'll wait for Sasuke. Sasuke left his eyes to you. He asked me to preserve the honor of the clan. And give one eye to you. But I think we'll take Danzo's eye. He thought you were worthy. Your kind heart won't let you abuse his power, Itachi said. His best friend became very attached not only to him, but also to his family, so there are training sessions ahead, said Sasuke. Yes, and a lot. And why Naruto has a blindfold on his eyes, Itachi said. We don't know what's wrong with them. They are red in color and strange circles on it diverge, Kyomi said. Rinnegan is the only thing Itachi thought about. It's clear. I'll take a look later, Itachi said. Well, for now we have other problems, Itachi said. What are they? Sasuke asked. I do not know if anyone left the organization alive, Itachi said as the explosion sounded. Is it really that hard to escape? Kyomi said. It won't be easy here, not far away. My partner is sitting, Itachi said, and then an explosion sounded. Naruto Toka came out, but he forgot to do the henge, as he felt something incredibly powerful right on top of himself. Uzumaki does a forward somersault at the last moment, moving away from the attack. Landing on his feet face to face with the opponent, Naruto realizes that he got very seriously. Kisame Hashirama, swordsman of the mist, or as everyone calls him, Tailless Biju. A meeting with such an opponent could not end well. Uzumaki already realized that he would have to show all his trump cards. Kisame, without hesitation, moves towards Naruto and tries to cut him in two with a sword. Uzumaki jumps up so that his legs would be slightly higher than the sword. Without thinking for a long time, Naruto rests his hand on the sword and strikes with his foot. A good punch, but Kisame didn't even move. Kisame clutches the sword tighter. The bandages are torn, showing the true form of Samehada, one of the strongest swords. Naruto's hand that was on the sword gets cut. Naruto jumps back. By the time he landed, Kisame was already there and sent Naruto to break the forest with a kick. The Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed one will be ours soon, said Black Zetsu, who was watching the fight. Really, Kisame can, said the white half, Suetun, Senshikuko, release of water, 1,000 hungry sharks, Kisame shouted, intending to deprive Uzumaki of his arms and legs, so that it would be easier to move him. Mokuton, Hobi no Jutsu, the release of wood, the technique of exile, Naruto said when the water was already right above her and Kisame couldn't see anything. A dome resembling a mask protected Naruto. The sharks began to disappear and the water to leave. Then Kisame noticed the wood technique. Interesting guy, Kisame said, and we did not expect this from him, said the white side. I agree, it takes an interesting turn, said the black side. Mokuton, Mokuryu no Jutsu, wood release, wood dragon technique, said Naruto. Kisame listened a lot to his friend Kakuzu, who fought against the first one. I've heard a lot about this technique. And the hit of this technique could kill him. Suiton, Daikoden no Jutsu, releasing water, the technique of the great shark projectile. Kisame uses the best technique in his arsenal. The shark absorbed the wood technique, absorbing the chakra from the technique. Naruto noticed how his technique dried up and quickly understood everything. So this technique absorbs the enemy's attack and explodes. So the more I give chakras to attack, the stronger the bomb is, Naruto thought and touched the ground. Mokuton, Makujo Heki, the release of wood, the projectile of the wood wall, Naruto said as a shield of logs appeared above him. The explosion was of sufficient force, it erased the forest into splinters, destroyed half of the uchi building, but did not touch the users. Kisame saw Uzumaki's defense and realized the battle was going to be interesting and smiled in a bloodthirsty smile. Naruto throws throwing weapons at Kisame. Namely, 6 kunai. Kisame looks at this with surprise and disappointment. The great swordsman only ducked slightly so that the kunai would fly over him. Hirashinjiri, the cut of the flying god of thunder, Kisame already heard when Naruto with kunai in his hands cut off his head. What? White Zetsu shouted. Hush, it's all about the technique of the second and his father. But his eyes scare me more, the black side said. But what is there? The white side asked, trying to look closer. Rinnegan, the current is not the usual color, said the black side. Amazing. But where is he from? Asked the white Zetsu. Interesting times are coming, I'll tell you, said black Zetsu. Naruto, what happened? Shouted Sasuke coming out of the ruins. Here, said Naruto and pointed to the body of the swordsman. Naruto is on your back, Kyomi screamed. From which Naruto saw Samehada's smile and started jumping around the field like a cut. And ran back and forth. And Samehada stuck out her tongue from the breeze. Remove the AAA from me. Naruto continued everything. Hey Naruto, calm down, the sword liked your chakra, Itachi said. Yes, he definitely won't eat me, said Naruto. No, you see, the sword chooses its own owner. And he liked you, and that's rare, you know, Itachi said. I see, well, okay. I thought he wanted to eat me, Naruto said. What surprises me more is how you were able to kill Kisame, Itachi said. It wasn't easy, but he was too self-confident, Naruto said. He was glad that he was able to hide a lot. Well, you solved our problems. Anyway, that's why we leaving, Itachi said. So Itachi betrayed us. Well then I think it's time for us to leave. We need to tell everything to the leader, said Black Zetsu. Where are we going? Kyomi asked. Before leaving, I received a gift from Naruto's mother, Itachi said. What is it? Naruto asked. This is the key to one of the islands near the village of Whirlpool. As you probably know, the Uzumaki clan was destroyed by other villages during the war. But they put barriers not only on the whole island, but also on individual parts. On one of which I have a key, that's where we hide, Itachi said. However, we must understand that our path lies through the countries of fire to its outskirts, Itachi said. For a year we have learned to hide our chakra well, said Sasuke. This is good, because it will be needed, Itachi said. Time passed very quickly. 3 years have passed in training. Brutal training under the supervision of Itachi. At night, Naruto trained more. He has set a goal and will go to it. At night he looked at the sky and mentally told his mother and father his successes. No one has ever seen his bitter tears from the pain in his soul. From the lack of mother's hugs, and her warm gaze. Naruto went into the subconscious, and looked at the fox. I'll do it, your chakra will be mine, Naruto said. Dream small fry, I will destroy you as soon as I get out of here, said the fox. Flying up to the seal, Naruto abruptly tore it off. Lifting the T-shirt, Naruto raised his hand, a key pattern appeared on it. Then abruptly someone grabbed his hand and the seal from there disappeared. Are you sure you can win? An unfamiliar male, worried voice sounded. The fox screamed at the whole subconscious. The fourth, Minato Namake's father, flashed through Naruto's mind in seconds. You re the last one I wanted to see, Minato said. Come here, I'll tear it up, said the fox. With rage in his eyes, don't shout and come on for now, I need to talk to my son, said Minato and made a snap with his fingers. Father, Minato heard before he found himself in his son's arms. Son, you've grown so much, Minato said and hugged his son tighter. Yeah couldn't save mom, said Naruto, clutching the Hokage's cloak. Your pain, it's huge and the desire for revenge is even greater. But are you sure you can handle what awaits you after? Minato asked, fearing for his son's fate. Deep down, he would like Naruto to get out of the way of revenge. Well, what choice do I have? I will destroy the root and Danzo, Naruto said with firmness and determination in his eyes. The voice was not like that of a boy who did not understand where to move. If you embark on the path of revenge once, you will not be able to get out of it. You're going to need people to save you. You are entering the wheel of honor, son, understand this, Minato said, holding his son by the shoulders. I have to, father, I have been preparing for this for 4 years. The last step left is to subdue the fox and then I'll figure it out, Naruto said. I love you and your mom. The last thing I would want is a path of revenge on my son, Minato said. A fraction of hope was still flying in his head. Father, I have love. She's beautiful, she has black eyes that I'm drowning in. I would pull out and give her my heart. She has beautiful long, black hair like our mother. Her smile makes me go forward, Naruto said, and a hologram of Kyomi appeared next to him. Minato looked at the girl and noticed the features of Kushina and Mikoto in her. My son has great taste. I wanted to hear it, Minato thought, looking at the girl. Danzo, I do not know why he wants to take her away from me. I don't want to sit and wait for her body to fall to the ground because her heart stopped beating, revealed Naruto's true motives. Son, I'm glad that you have such a person. But I have a question for you. Does she love you? And did you tell her your feelings? Minato asked. Well, Dad, you know, said Naruto, and the whole red began to get nervous. It became clear that he was afraid of abandoning the girl. Don't be afraid, son, I was also afraid to confess my feelings to your mother. But I was able to master myself and have not regretted it since then. I've been following your life and I'll tell you this. Her mom gave you the go-ahead for your wedding, Minato said, but how? Naruto could only say, twitching nervously. She came to you that night. She found you worthy. You have a kind heart, son, and I see your love is real. Good luck to you, son. And our time has come to an end, Minato said. Father, I won't forget this, Naruto said. I'm glad I was able to spend some time with you. Thank you for opening up to me. Thank you for being my son, Minato said. I love you, Dad, said Naruto and clenched his fist. Naruto was back in front of the cage and looked into Biju's eyes. So you decided to subdue me like the others, you like everyone else, said the fox. Despair and pain were felt in his voice. What does that mean? Naruto asked. He became interested. Come on, scum, subdue me with your eyes, stab me with pins and use me as a thing, the fox shouted in a voice now clearly there was pain and resentment for his life. You know, I hate my life, I hate it. One will subdue the other and you are all the same. I move from one prison to another with each worse and worse, said the fox. Naruto didn't expect the fox to start opening up. Although he can be understood a little, he has been inside people for at least 200 years. I need time to forgive you for your father's death. But if you voluntarily agree to share your chakra, I will talk to you differently, Naruto said. Yeah, of course, a little monkey, said the fox. What a shaggy lump of wool, said Naruto. At least I have fur, and then you, a bald monkey, said the fox, resting on his paw. I'll tell you honestly. I thought you were a weapon. A force that must be subdued, but now I understand. That you are alive, you have a mind and feelings. I cannot grant you freedom because others will surely capture you. But I can offer to become my partner, Naruto said, from which Biju fell into a precipitate. The fox did not expect this. The guy really changed his mind about him in seconds. It felt like he wasn't lying. The fox even thought about the fact that if he had immediately started to conduct such dialogues, perhaps he would not have seemed such a monster. Why did I even talk to him? What's wrong with me? I didn't understand myself. But these words gave me the opportunity not to be lonely. In any case, this Uzumaki with all his strength would have easily destroyed me in battle, thought the fox. I need time, but I have a condition. The monkey is bald. I can take the form of a chakra out of you if of course you will open the seal. I want to go out with you and walk, said the fox. Okay, I think this is the best I can give you. What's your name then? Naruto said. The fox was shocked that he immediately agreed. Yes, at least such freedom to go outside and walk. Okay, I agree. My name is Kurama, said Biju. Let's get to know Kurama. Well, look, there's a mat on the loose, don't touch anyone, said Naruto. Hey, you little brats. I won't touch your uchiha, Kurama said. How are you? Naruto said, yes, there are only 3 or 4 names flying around all the time. Among which she is, said Kurama. I got it. Well, I'm off, said Naruto. Maybe we can still take out the root, you and I, said the fox, eager for a battle. Good idea, I've been thinking about it for a long time, said Naruto. Well, there is one thing, Kurama said and fell silent. Well, what is it? Naruto asked. The one who is standing next to you now, said Kurama. I'm going to open the seal now, said Naruto. Naruto opened the cage and the gate disappeared, as did the walls around it. And the fox lay down on the floor. Give me a tomato, Biju said. Naruto opened his eyes. In front of his face was Kyomi and he thought that he was still in the subconscious and bent down in front to tell everything as it is. Kyomi's plump, tender lips met Naruto's. Uzumaki realized everything very late, but decided that once the chance should be used. And Kyomi didn't even try to leave. Naruto looked into her black eyes. Uzumaki touched her face. The girl's delicate skin, her small dimples. She was also very confused right now. From the touch, all the hormones gave a sharp response. Naruto gently touched her face with both hands and pressed her a little harder to him. Kyomi, who had been in love with Naruto since the age of 12, accepted a kiss. She was scared deep down. Firstly, this kiss is an accident or really love? Is it a dream or reality? These questions tormented Kyomi. The girl's knees failed and she fell. She was sitting on her legs 50 centimeters away from Naruto. The girl touched her lips with her hand. Trying to figure it out, is reality or a dream? Naruto looked at his love. My knees began to shake, my hands clenched my pants. The whole body tried to fight and resist. The fear that the love is not mutual. Kyomi, I know you think it's an accident or on purpose. I'll say this, it's both at the same time, Naruto said trembling. When you came as a child and watched my workouts, you and I walked and played there, you became my best friend. Then you lost your mother and father there. When I saw your tears, I decided that I would never let you cry. And then forgive me for repeating and trembling, Naruto said. Nothing to go on, Kyomi squeezed out of herself. She certainly got a little sad from the word my best friend. After all, when he saved her from her brother's sword, he became her knight and her dream. An unattainable dream. Then when I lost my mother, you came to me alone. You burned yourself on the chakra of my inner friend. I'm not afraid of this word. I saw how you grew up, how you laughed and cried. I've seen everything and I know everything about you. I know you like red roses. You love summer because everything dawns there. And you like to lie among the flowers in the meadow and dreamily look at the clouds. There is no one more valuable to you than family. I know yours. A true dream, you want to somehow resurrect your mother, and this is your dream since she died. I realized this 4 years ago. You have been with me since the beginning of my journey. I love you, said Naruto and looked all red in Kyomi's eyes. The girl did not understand how he read her thoughts from where he knows about his favorite flowers. If the family is clear, then she did not say the rest. It became clear Naruto is very observant. Yes, that's how I love roses, and I want to resurrect my mother. And yes, you love me as much as I love you, Kyomi said her thoughts out loud. Stop what, you love me, Kyomi screamed and looked at Naruto, who was trembling all over. Since Kyomi didn't say anything about love in return, Naruto was upset and lowered his head. Bitter tears welled up on his face. I've loved him ever since he saved me. He is so cute, handsome and most importantly kind and warm, Kyomi thought and decided. The girl raised the guy's gaze to herself. I understand, I don't deserve you. You are beautiful and worthy of more. You are the embodiment of your mother's ideal and dream. You have a kind heart. You deserve better than a monster like me, Naruto said into the eyes of his beloved, who had everything trembling inside. He seems upset, his words are so cute. And he considers himself not worthy, but he was not and will not be better, Kyomi thought. Kyomi slapped Naruto. Don't say that, you fool. Such as you are not. No one is willing to sacrifice everything they have for me. You're the only one, recklessly throwing yourself under deadly blows because of me. I see more kindness in your eyes than in any other. I love you, my stupid one, Kyomi said. Yours? Naruto said quietly through tears of happiness. Of course mine, Kyomi said and hugged Naruto. Naruto was able to smell her hair fragrance for the first time in a long time. Her long, delicate hair in his hands. The girl has a thin waist, a fragile neck and smooth skin. Naruto hugged the girl not only with his hand, but also with his soul. His hands were on her back. A gentle, soft, warm back. Naruto feels good when she feels good. He feels good when she feels good. Her tears were like lava that burned Uzumaki through. The souls of Naruto and Kyomi seemed to connect, mutually complementing each other and making both happy. Being next to each other now, all the problems of the world were alien to them. Even if the whole world burns down, Naruto will find a place in the universe for them. Kyomi could feel Naruto's heart beating fast. It was obvious even now he couldn't believe it. It became clear that accidents are not accidental. Kyomi was pleased. Naruto was the first to talk about love and it became much easier for her to talk. Naruto is the one who protects her. Once he made her a promise, never to abandon or leave her. And he still holds it. I'll make you happy. I love you, Naruto said, not so much afraid anymore. I want to know everything, Kyomi said right in his ear. The word beloved filled Naruto's heart with warmth. It became clear now Naruto will go to Danzo alone. He wouldn't forgive himself if something happened to her. I train at night, I like to watch you sleep. My dream is to fulfill your dream. I want to be with you. And to give you a lot of happiness, said Naruto. Naru, are you serious? Did you watch me just sleep? Asked Kyomi. Naruto, I understand resurrecting mom is too much. But I really want to hear her voice and laugh. Would you know Naruto? Kyomi said and squeezed Naruto's clothes behind her back. I understand you. I also want to see my mother. Sometimes I miss the times when we were all together, Naruto said. Yes, those were good times. Fate is a cruel thing, Kyomi said. I've never thought about fate. I think we can change our fate, Naruto said. I wish there wasn't this fucking Danzo bastard. Next to mom and Kushina-san, dads, brothers. Everyone is happy and the world is all around. Do you think we can achieve this? Asked Kyomi. I promise it will turn into reality. But on this day you will be my bride, said Naruto. Now they were sitting in each other's arms. There was a barrier above them. Kyomi was taken aback by Naruto's words. Naru doesn't need it too much, Kyomi said. I keep my words, you are my gift from heaven. For your sake, it's possible, Naruto said. It's a beautiful night outside. You can hear the water hitting the shore. Like birds sing occasionally, but beautifully. All this causes harmony. Harmony not only with nature, but also within yourself. But this night is clearly not going to be designed for yoga. Naruto put the sleeping beauty on the bed and already took his equipment. Namely, a large number of kunai with marks, as well as explosive seals and fuin seals for absorbing techniques. Naruto really wanted to use Minato's branded kunai, but he understood that surprise plays a much bigger role in real combat than pathos. Now the coast of the island ends with Naruto one step away from going over the barrier. Perhaps he will die trying to avenge his mother and the spoiled fate of his beloved girl. But it's better to die with honor than to run all my life. You can escape from problems anyway, and everyone knows that. That's how you leave us. A well-known voice sounded behind us. A smile appeared on Naruto's face. It's not right, don't you think? A second voice sounded, which Naruto was used to. I think you want to come with me without Kyomi. I'm right, Naruto said. The brothers were confused by Naruto's words because he read them like an open sheet. Even though the uchiha are silent for a large amount of time, Naruto manages to read them. I'm surprised by Naruto. We've always been waiting for the moment to distract her and go ourselves, said the eldest of the uchi. I will close the barrier after us, even though she studied with my mother. It will take her at least 2 days to get out, Uzumaki said, already turning to the uchiha. We have a reason to leave her here, she is our sister. Native blood, we can let her die. But what reason do you have? Asked the youngest of the uchi. What a stupid little brother you are, the genius of the clan said in his manner. I love her, Naruto just said and began to stare intently at the reaction of the brothers. Itachi wasn't surprised, as if he knew what was really going on between them. Sasuke was shocked, he didn't notice it. Let's move out, we'll get to the root building by next night. We'll make a halt in front of Konoha so that we have the strength, Itachi commanded. The path in this work was the easiest. While everyone was running, he was saving up his conscience in order to throw it out at one moment. Uzumaki was looking forward to the life of everyone he would take away, for his mother. Uchiha thought about the loved ones they lost. Konoha is one of the 5 great ninja villages. At the time of Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, they were afraid of her. The shinobi gods of the current could erase armies with 2. This rule was repeated only during the 4th. Minato Namikaze single-handedly destroyed the stone army. Now the village is in turmoil, a large number of people are leaving. If ordinary people still quietly leave, but if a shinobi leaves, then he was waiting for death for betrayal. It was raining outside, thunder sometimes thundered, lightning struck the trees standing alone. 3 shinobi were standing near the root building. Only lightning occasionally illuminated their masks. Naruto, you know what to do, Itachi said. In response, there was only a nod and Naruto goes underground. Why does he have a mission to clean the landfill and laboratory? Asked Sasuke. He is faster than us and he can seal the eyes of the clan. Our job is to kill the main forces. I've only been there a few times. The base of the root can be said to be a cylinder driven vertically. In the middle is Danzo. All that before right around the circle of the door is the staff rooms. All the lower ones are laboratories and training grounds, Itachi said. It was obvious Uchiha was not quite sure and many things could not come together. Naruto appeared in a strange room. There was only one door in front of him. A huge iron door. Only 2 dim lamps illuminated the room. Uzumaki looked around and saw some organs everywhere clearly of human and animal origin. Naruto also saw huge blood vessels with inscriptions. Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki. Naruto realized that Uzumaki had been gone for a long time and it was his mother's blood. Naruto, control yourself, Kurama said. Uzumaki took a step back and rested against the table and accidentally pressed the button. A strange dull green color appeared behind Naruto's back. Turning there, Naruto noticed the Uchiha's eyes. Even whose they were signed. The only name that caught Naruto's eye was Mikoto Uchiha. Naruto trembled and abruptly took hold of his head, simultaneously dropping a flask with an incomprehensible liquid. Did you hear that? Anbu said in front of the door. Yes, let's go check it out, said the second. It took Uzumaki 2 seconds to create 2 clones that at the same second came up to the lamps and waited for the command. 2 Anbu opened complicated locks, opening access to the laboratory. As soon as they went inside, the door closed behind them and the light went out. Naruto jumped down and, holding kunai in both hands, made vertical strikes that went along his back and head. The Anbu fell to the floor very quickly without even having time to call for help. Naruto sealed the eyes of Mikoto, Fugaku, and the remaining members of the clan. By hanging explosive seals on the walls as well as on huge cans of blood. Uzumaki came out of the labs. The corridor was just as gloomy, there was not even a sound of rain and thunder. Which proved the enormous depth of this bunker. Then voices were heard. It didn't work out again today, said a female voice. Come on, sister, everything will work out, said a rougher female voice. You be careful, they say the last exam is here. A battle to the death with the person who is closest to you, said a man's voice. Brother, what are you talking about? The voice again. Hey, wait, who's there, said the girl. This is clearly not ours, run at him, one of the guys commanded. Naruto threw kunai right into the walls, and the Anbu only laughed at the blunder of the unknown and calmly ran near them. Hirashinjiri, the cut of the flying thunder god, said Naruto when he appeared first on the right and cut off the fleeing brothers. And then on the left and cut off the girls' heads. Blood seeped from the brothers' throats. The girls' bodies ran forward and fell sharply, and their heads rolled forward. There was shock on their faces. Blood stained the walls and floor. The light of the young people went out in seconds. Naruto pulled out the kunai and began to wipe them on the bodies of the dead. As 2 men appeared around the corner again. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Cloning Technique, 2 kunai turned into many kunai. Among them were both false and real. Anbu, not even seeing Naruto and violently chatting about something, did not notice anything. In 1 second, they were both driven into the wall by kunai. Kunai touched all the important organs, killing their enemies instantly. Naruto walked forward and took his marked kunai and went on. The corridors were linear. It became clear that the root did not think that someone would get in here and did not think about the labyrinths. Naruto went out into a huge room. Downstairs he saw Anbu training. There were at least 100 people there, all of them busy. Having created 20 clones, Uzumaki sent them in a circle, so that at one point abruptly make a show. Naruto was about to start and even raised his hand up when he saw 2 Anbu next to which was Danzo. "Wait for Naruto, wait for him to leave soon," Kurama said. "We will start our selection soon. I understand there are 100 people here," Danzo asked. "Yes, according to our observations, they have become very close to each other. And the brothers and sisters have become even closer," Anbu reported. "Danzo-sama, we have lost all the guards," Anbu reported, already in a different mask. "Understood, we going outside," Danzo commanded, running outside. Naruto waved his hand and at once 80 kunai with marks appeared on the training ground. Many did not even pay attention. Uzumaki and clones used only one Hiraition technique. Only 1 second was enough for 100 apparently beginners to die. They were killed. The future of the root disappeared in an instant. Meanwhile, the Uchiha brothers removed all perimeter security. Using genjutsu, Itachi distracted them and Sasuke killed them. Having penetrated, the brothers separated. Itachi killed with more anger even than Sasuke. He was disgusted by any of them. Each of them is ready to kill and rape children and women if Danzo wants it. Penetrating into each room, Itachi immediately threw kunai at one and for a jump approached another, piercing his heart. Sasuke, meanwhile, took full advantage of his good kenjutsu possession. Although he was far from Naruto. One by one, the souls left their dungeons in the form of bodies. Heads, arms, legs flew that night in the corners of the rooms. The blood was like paint, and the weapon was like a brush. The artist turned into a murderer. Many that night slept a serene sleep, without even thinking how soon they will die. A few managed to grab a weapon, but even this was an illusion of Sharingan. Itachi has trained his students well in this. Naruto was standing in the middle of a huge training ground, painted in a bloody color. It was hard to believe that more than 100 people died here in a second. Yes, Naruto is the first 100 of your victims. But this is the shinobi world, you have to understand. Unless you kill someone, then they will kill you and your loved ones, Kurama said. "Kurama, don't leave me," the red-haired man said, "tell me more." "It's damn interesting with you," Kurama said. "How are the Uchiha?" Uzumaki asked. "I can feel their chakra and how others go out," Biju said, "so we have already done the main thing." "Get ready, he's coming," Kurama said. At that moment, Danzo jumped down with 3 Anbu. It was spectacular. The dust rose up. Danzo's anger was blinding. Shimura looked around and seeing his people was angry. Very angry. He gathered the new generation among the best in the village. And thanks to Hiruzen, he easily took the best people from him. "Danzo-sama, leave it to us," said Sai. And the other two just nodded. Aburame took off all his clothes and now his skin was a different color. "Who are you?" Danzo asked. Said Naruto and threw off his mask to the side. "I see. I've wanted to kill you for a long time." "Distract him, give me time," Danzo said. 3 Anbu were rapidly advancing on Naruto, who was standing and not even moving. They had already touched him, just flew away from him, even Danzo himself flew away. They collided with their backs against the walls. Sai used a scroll and drew lions there that instantly went to Uzumaki, who fled to Anbu. Uzumaki opened the Samahata and calmly chopped up the animals. Aburame was able to evade, thanks to the time given to him from the beasts. Aburame got up and tried to touch Naruto, but Uzumaki did a somersault and flew over the user of poisonous bugs. There was already a red-haired man with a Tonto punch behind his back. Naruto ducked, letting the weapon pass over him. At the same moment, Naruto prescribes a blow between Anbu's legs from the elbow. Anbu did not expect a low blow on the drain and bent over in pain. Naruto somehow didn't care and he immediately knocks him down. Taking Samahata, Naruto notices how Aburame and the painted lions jump to him. A second and the lions disappear. Because of their paint, Sai did not see what happened. But then he saw the heads of his companions roll down. Blood mixed with paint. Naruto was covered in blood, there was no place where there was no blood. And the red eyes added fear to it all. Sai looked into Naruto's eyes for nothing. Uzumaki disappeared in an instant. Then his brother came out of Sai's stomach. I thought we were brothers and you killed me, said Sai's brother. No, you died yourself, said Sai. I thought you'd save me, Shin was saying. Someone save me, shouted Sai. At that moment, he felt like he was out of genjutsu. Looking at his stomach, he saw Samahata there, who punched him through. Sai coughed up blood right on the sword, from which he stirred and spread his spikes, piercing Anbu even worse. Sai could no longer feel the internal organs. The cold was creeping into my soul. Naruto didn't just take out his sword, but divided his upper body into two. The body of the still young Anbu fell. Uzumaki looked at Danzo, who had only one emotion visible on his face, and that was uncertainty about his victory. Danzo ran at the enemy with rage in his eyes. The distance was nothing at all as Danzo jumped on his enemy. Danzo is already on the approach as Naruto jumps to meet him. Danzo with kunai in his hands tries to cut off the head, but Uzumaki went a little to the right and pairs Shimura's stomach. That's it, Naruto said. But the reaction and Rinnegan in the eyes saved Uzumaki. Since Shimura already wanted to kill Naruto from behind. Uzumaki did a backflip while walking away from Danzo. He began to fold the seals. Kato, Gokakyu no Jutsu, releasing fire, a powerful fireball technique. The equipment hit the target due to the short distance. The fireball hit the head of the root in the back, carrying him a little forward and exploding. Naruto, be careful, Kurama said. I don't understand how he survived after that blow, said Naruto. Futon, Shinkugyoku, releasing the wind, vacuum stones, sounded from the side. The technique was aimed at the back from close range. Uzumaki immediately teleported to kunai behind Shimura's back. Hiration, Ni no Dan, Flying Thunder God technique, second stage, Rasengan. Naruto invested even a little more chakra in it. The blow pierced Danzo's chest and he fell, spitting blood. In less than a second, the body disappeared, as if it was an illusion. Danzo reappeared from behind and delivered a fatal blow to Naruto's side with a kunai. And he puts the seal behind him. Jigo Jibaka no In, the seal of his own curse, said Danzo, touching Naruto. Naruto would like to take up the side where there was a serious wound right now. But he couldn't even move. A good sword, said Danzo, taking Samahata, but immediately lost all the chakra and jumped away from the sword. Samahata gave the chakra, healing Naruto's wound and tearing off his seal. Thank you, Samahata, glad I have you, said Naruto. Danzo was exhausted and ate as he stood on his feet. Mokuton, Mokuryu no Jutsu, would release, Wood dragon technique, said Naruto, and a dragon grew out of the ground from the wood right under Danzo and grabbed his head, tore it off. So you are the owner of such a rare genome and you own it at such a high level. You'd be a good slave, Danzo said. Kuchios no jutsu, summoning technique, said Danzo. He wanted to destroy such a strong technique. There was a large amount of dust inside the root building, visibility was at a minimum. But even through this smoke Naruto could see Danzo's chakra. Naruto felt himself losing his balance and almost falling. All the steam abruptly began to leave an unknown place. When all the smoke was gone, Naruto saw a huge beast. Kato, Goryuka no Jutsu, releasing fire, the great fire dragon technique, huge dragons one by one swept away everything they saw. One of the dragons flew right into the trunk of the beast, from which it caught fire and dissipated. Danzo jumped off the equipment and approached Naruto at a fairly fast speed. Once again, a melee battle. Danzo flies into Uzumaki from the foot. Uzumaki takes a step back and tries to counter-attack with a sword. But Danzo using Sharingan calmly evades and hits Naruto in the stomach. It became clear that Naruto was starting to give up. Uzumaki bent slightly and immediately receives a second blow to the chin from which he flies into the wall. The head of the root did not even think to stop there and begins to fold seals for the technique. Kazanami, wind waves, the name of the technique sounded. Naruto only had time to shake his head a little as the wind technique flew into Uzumaki, driving the red-haired man's body deeper into the ground. Naruto started coughing up blood. You will never defeat me, said the head of the root. We'll see about that, said Naruto and entered the mode of the Kyubi chakra. Shimura was shocked, because the chakra that was now beating over the edge was at Kyubi. All Uzumaki's wounds closed in a matter of seconds. And those eyes in which the drain of cold and anger. So you've conquered the Kyubi, Danzo said. Naruto didn't answer and jumped forward. The first strike was like yellow lightning. Rasengan, pronounced the name of the Naruto technique. When I was already behind Shimura's back and tearing the body with a blow. Naruto felt anger behind his back 100 meters away from him and instantly threw kunai there. Shimura Toka appeared as kunai flew into his leg. Danzo immediately took it and tried to throw it away. It was too late, Naruto was already near Danzo and forced him to fly to the other end of the training ground with a blow. Shimura Toka opened his eyes as he saw Naruto already above him. Cho Odama Rasengan, pronounced the name of Naruto's technique and hit Danzo with a huge Rasengan. Once again, the head of the root seemed to have risen, but now he was standing as far away as possible. And I saw Naruto standing and smiling. Before Shimura could move, two swords pierced his chest. The uchiha came to the most interesting thing, and now they were able to take another life of Shimura. The brothers jumped down to Naruto. They did not dare not to ask what kind of regime it was and so on. They stood with their backs to each other, creating a circle. I killed him 6 times, you killed him for the 7th time. But time after time, he survives even after my strong techniques, Naruto said. How do you understand that? Sasuke asked. And look over there, said Naruto, pointing his finger at Danzo. Naruto, his Sharingans on his hand closed every time you killed him, Kurama prompted. But my roommate noticed an interesting thing is that his eyes on his hand closed one after the other after each death, said Naruto. Izanagi, Uchiha clan technique. You right, Naruto, we'll have to kill him at least 5 times, Itachi said. I see, said Sasuke. Naruto, come on, Itachi said, running forward. Bansho Tenin, heavenly attraction of all objects, said Naruto. Thus, Danzo abruptly flew towards Naruto. Shimura could not control his flight as a result. Along the way he encountered a katana that pierced his heart. And then? Sasuke shouted. Itachi from above, shouted Naruto. Shimura appeared at the top of the viewing tower and jumped on Itachi from there. Danzo wanted to kill this traitor. But Itachi easily goes to the right and blocks Danzo's kunai with his katana. Danzo retreats, this time Itachi has already entered the melee. The vertical blow of Danzo blocks it with a kunai, again they converge, the grinding of metal from the collision of iron is heard. Itachi moves away again and with more force strikes a horizontal blow directly on the stomach. Danzo blocks, but too late, the sword has already entered a couple of centimeters into the body. Then Sasuke flies in from the side with 2 legs and sends Danzo into the wall. Futon, Rasengan, shouted Naruto, sending the technique to Danzo. A Rasengan with wind blades flew into the body of the head of the root at a decent speed, tearing it apart. Danzo understood that he could not win, the advantage was too weighty. Danzo, as the current appeared, began to run forward along the wall. Yasaka no Magatama, the bent gem of the 8 slopes, Itachi said, creating a red-colored Susanoo. The technique divided the body of the root head, stopping it. Danzo appeared even further away and ran forward, but Naruto was standing in front. You were thinking of running away, you dirty old man, Naruto said. You scum, Danzo said. Leave us something interesting, Naruto, said Sasuke, and enters the melee. A punch right in the face from Sasuke, but a block. A blow in response, Sasuke easily dodged and strikes with his foot in the side. Danzo puts a block, where a kick from Sasuke flew in. Sasuke strikes again, which sent the old man forward. Shimura does a somersault backwards, but then he feels like he's been caught. Then they started lifting him up. The head of the root began to spit blood, because he was planted right on the Samahata, tearing the internal organs to shreds. Once, Shimura thought before he died. Shimura stood in front of the 3 renegade ninja. He assumed that sooner or later they would appear, but not too quickly. That's the payment now, all his dreams and plans were crumbling. The worst thing is that if this base remains, then his affairs will be opened to the whole village. I can't let you live, said Danzo and tore all his outer clothes. Hurrah for Shursho Fuinjutsu, reverse tetrahedral seal, Danzo shouted after the seals crawled all over his body. A second, said Naruto, and approaching Shimura, from whom a strange liquid was splashing in all directions. Uzumaki tore out Shursui Si and, returning back, took Sasuke and Itachi and teleported Hiraition beyond the boundaries of the root base. A huge explosion sounded behind the backs of the heroes. He could have killed any of them, but they were saved by Naruto. Naruto, pass me the eye, Itachi said. Taking the eye, Itachi placed it in a special flask with liquid. Yes, look at the current, how many ANBU could have come to their aid if not for this barrier, said Naruto. Well, this old man surprised us, however, said Naruto. Naruto, why did you join the battle alone? Asked Itachi. Damn, I couldn't help it, Naruto said. Guys, what have you done? Such a familiar voice sounded from behind. Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto. So you have done your justice after all, Asuma said. I think no one will mind, Kurenai said. Now you need to take down the Hokage and the remaining elders, Itachi said. We have already done that, Asuma said with sadness in his voice. What were you doing here? Itachi asked. We detected how the root ANBU started crowding in front of the base. We thought they were protecting her. But then they saw that they couldn't even go in, Kakashi said. Tomorrow they will choose a new Hokage, said Kakashi. I think we don't have much choice. Naruto, could you find Jiraiya? Asked Asuma. I'm afraid not. Danzo had a good effect on him, said Naruto. Then your mission is to find Tsunade Senju, Kakashi said. But we definitely won't be able to find her by tomorrow, Itachi said. At least for a week, said Asuma. Well, I know a lot about her from the teacher, said Naruto. Itachi, you and Sasuke come back, we all know, said Asuma. Okay, but first we'll go get Kyomi, Itachi said. I think we'll break up on this, said Naruto and jumped down. So what are you going to do now? Kurama asked in his subconscious. Go through all the bars and gaming establishments near Konoha. She won't leave the land of fire, Naruto said. 5 minutes ago, you barely survived the attacks of Danzo, and now you are running at great speed. Don't forget you're still a criminal, Kurama warned. Kurama understood. What would I do without you? Said Naruto, slowing down the pace. 3 days have passed. Naruto went from one village to another. For speed, Naruto used clones. Uzumaki was glad that he would soon return to the village. This is his house, no matter how. His father sacrificed himself for her. Entering the next game room, he saw a woman. A beautiful woman. Blonde hair that was tied in 2 pigtails. Green jacket. A rhombus on the head, also known as the Byakugo mark. Brown eyes that you could drown in. Age here said absolutely nothing. Naruto approached the woman. And looked at her brown eyes. Tsunade could never tolerate being looked at for a long time, especially like this. But now she somehow kindly looked at the young man. Something happened. Naruto Uzumaki, said Tsunade Senju, surprising Naruto. How do you know me? Naruto asked. Tsunade threw a coin to the side right over Uzumaki's shoulder. She hit the wall of the search and ricocheted back. Well, also because Jiraiya buzzed all his ears at the time, said the woman. Why did you say at the time? Naruto asked. We saw each other often. But then he disappeared. Even now I do not know where he is. And you know he's your godfather, right? The princess asked. No. But I know why he became like this. Shimura Danzo used a stolen eye to brainwash the third and then him. He did everything most likely to seize power in the village, Naruto said. I'm sorry, then I have nothing to talk about with you further. Yes, and my advice to you is to leave here because your mug is everywhere, said Tsunade, in a rough voice. Tsunade Senju, could you please return to the village? You are one of the candidates in Hokage, said Naruto. The purpose of his arrival, candidate. You kidding, brat. Even if they said that I'm already a Kage. I wouldn't have gone anyway, Tsunade said, a little angry. You are the most worthy of all those they can say. Sannin, besides from the once great clan of the founder, is an excellent medic, said Naruto. Yes, you really know how to suck up. You don't want to get under my skirt yet, you have a long tongue, Tsunade said. I'm afraid my language is not for you, said Naruto. Let's just get the hell away from me. I'm not interested in the title of Kage, Tsunade said. I can see that. But I thought differently. Navaki and Dan dreamed of being Hokage. I thought you would decide to fulfill their dream, said Naruto. Tsunade took off and grabbed Naruto by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Don't you dare mention their names, you brat. What kind of Hokage am I? I'm afraid of the sight of blood. And in general, only fools want to become Hokage, Tsunade said. Uzumaki quietly took out a kunai and cut his palm and sprayed it on Tsunade's face. From which the princess of the Senju clan trembled all over and fell to her knees. Naruto didn't want to offend her with this and teleported to the tag in the room. Blood, Tsunade said softly, feeling it on her lips. Navaki and Dan were fools, then. You said so, angry Naruto. They are fools, and they died fools, said Naruto. Tsunade abruptly lost her composure and took Naruto out of the punch into the street. Naruto flew a good distance and crashed into a building. I was lying there when I heard the sound of crunching knuckles. "I'll grind you to powder," said Tsunade, and jumping on Naruto began to drive him into the ground. Blows rained down on Naruto, blood began to flow from his nose and split lip, which stained Tsunade, but she didn't stop. Naruto realized that she was no longer looking at it and teleported back to the hotel. He crawled trembling to the ledge. "I see it worked," said Naruto. "What are you talking about, brat?" asked Tsunade, still in anger. "You just beat me despite the blood." "So your phobia has passed," Naruto said. Tsunade wiped the blood from her face and didn't even tremble. It became clear that the phobia passed as soon as she got into a rage. The princess looked at Uzumaki, who now abruptly passed out, and jumped up to him and began treatment. "Fool, fool, fool," shouted Tsunade, at this crazy Uzumaki as his mother. "Really a fool," Kurama thought inside. In the morning Naruto woke up in the arms of two women. One he immediately recognized and the second not quite. But the pig under his feet was clearly superfluous. "Kurama, don't tell me that I cheated on Kyomi with two at once," Naruto said in his subconscious. No, Tsunade was just glad that she didn't have an old phobia and drank a lot with her student. Then they went to bed in the hotel you rented. "There was only one bed once," Kurama explained the situation. "Although you know it would be funny if you cheated on a beautiful girl with some grandmother." Kurama laughed. "I was surprised twice now. Firstly, you called Uchiha beautiful, secondly, you said grandma," said Naruto. "Yes, take a closer look at her henge," Kurama said with a sneer. "How do you see it?" said Naruto. Naruto ate as he got out from under the girls. "My whole face hurt after yesterday." Tsunade also woke up and looked at Naruto and licked her lips with bloodlust. What is it?" Naruto asked. "You were so wild yesterday." "Naruto, now you owe me. My wish is to go away," said Tsunade. "He's lying," Kurama said. "I remember everything like that." "But it's not good to lie," Naruto said. "Grandma can still go," said Naruto. "What kind of grandma am I to you?" Tsunade asked in shock. "Tsunade-sama, he still found out what your secret is," Shizun said in shock. "Haha," Naruto laughed. "Shizun," shouted Tsunade and hit her student on the head. "It doesn't matter how I know it. Tsunade-san is now a village in ruins. Danzo has turned it around. People are running away. Laws, taxes, everything has changed. It's scary even to walk during the day. Please save the legacy you inherited from the first one," Naruto said. Tsunade fell silent. Uzumaki's words, his actions, all affected her. Her loved ones gave their lives for the village and now it is being destroyed. "I agree," said Tsunade. A light breeze blowing the tops of the trees, slightly swaying them. A breeze blew the leaves off the trees. The leaves quietly fell to the ground, building a beautiful path. The sun shone brightly today, as if even nature had awakened after the darkness. Naruto and his companions went straight to Konoha. Uzumaki should have been glowing with happiness, but inside he already imagined how Kyomi would tear him apart. Naruto walked with his head down. He became gloomy as there was absolutely nothing left to the village. Tsunade, who liked the bright, open red-haired one so much, immediately noticed the changes. "What happened?" Tsunade asked. "What are you talking about?" Naruto said. "About your mood. Why did you shut down so abruptly?" The princess asked. "Before going to get Danzo's head. I closed my love behind the barrier," Naruto revealed. "She will understand you. Explain everything to her." Tsunade tried to cheer up. "I don't even know," said Naruto. Naruto's company was now standing in front of the village gate. Tsunade breathed deeply the smell of her native village. She left here in complete despair, and now the princess of the Senju clan is determined to correct her mistakes. Naruto already understood what was coming and even decided not to resist. 3 Anbu jumped down, Hack Rokujian Sho, 8 trigrams 64 palms, the two cried out after they struck a hail of blows into the body of the Jinchuriki, blocking all the Tenketsu. Naruto staggered from 128 blows and fell to his knees, spitting blood. Kage Nui no Jutsu, shadow needle technique, shouted the latter. After that, shadows flew out that pierced Naruto's arms and legs. All this was so fast that even Tsunade only managed to make a face of pain. What does all this mean? Tsunade shouted. This is Konoha's criminal, Shikaku Nara said. Let him go, Tsunade said. Even though you are a Hokage, you can decide this without the clan council. By the way, he will be at 6 today. Their fate will be decided there, the head of the Nara clan said coldly. The evening in Konoha came quickly, except for 4 people who were waiting for their fate. Naruto felt Kyomi behind the wall, or rather her chakra. Kyomi, Uzumaki quietly made himself felt. Naruto, the girl said in shock, sobbing. Don't cry, my love, said Naruto. Naruto, get out of there. Why did you surrender to them? The girl asked, all in tears. I don't understand myself, said Naruto. You a fool, Kurama said, subconsciously. Meanwhile, the clan heads were gathering at the residence. One by one, the clan heads came. Many people were thinking, what will happen next? What will the new Hokage demand? Will it be worse or better? People thought that since she was a student of the third, it would be the same. Let's start, perhaps. I think everyone knows me, but for those who see me for the first time, I will introduce myself, said the princess of the clan and got up from her seat. Tsunade Senju, since you are a student of the third, we have a question. Will you continue the board like your teacher or how? Someone from the civic council asked. Yes, I was a student of the third. But my grandfather Hashirama Senju had a great influence on me. Therefore, I will lead the board relying on him. Tsunade made everyone happy. What are you planning to change? The head of the Nara clan asked. To begin with, all the clans in Konoha will pay a huge amount of money to the treasury of Konoha, said Tsunade. Why is that? Hayashi protested, standing up abruptly. Better sit down, Hayashi-san, Tsunade said. The third was under Danzo's control. And Hatake Kakashi reported this to you, but instead of supporting you, you attacked Konoha's Hunin, Tsunade said. But how do we know about this? Nara asked. The drastic changes that were in it were noticed even by ordinary people. What can I say about this shinobi, said Tsunade. The money will be used to pay the money that was forcibly pulled out of ordinary civilians, said the princess of the clan. Now I'm removing the status of Nukanins from Naruto Uzumaki, Kyomi Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, said Tsunade, and everyone started shouting. Stop! Shouted Tsunade, and everyone fell silent at once. Why all of a sudden? The head of the Akimichi clan asked. Naruto, Kyomi, Sasuke, they tried to escape from the pursuit of Danzo. The head of the root killed Kushina Uzumaki in order to catch Uchiha and Uzumaki. But they were able to leave. Witness Uchiha Sasuke. The subconscious was checked by the head of the Yamanaka clan. Tsunade said, yes, I confirm it. After checking the subconscious of Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke, I was convinced that the head of the root was chasing them, Yamanaka said. Uchiha Itachi is a murderer, how dare he come back? Hayashi shouted again. The Uchiha clan was planning a coup, so he saved your lives. He disrupted the civil war in the village. Among all of them, he is the most loyal here, Tsunade said. Although she didn't really know anything yet. But what was said now was also true. And now it's too late, Hawk, said Tsunade. Yes, Hokage-sama, Anbu leaves came in a whirlwind, release Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, said Tsunade. And yes, I will send all the evidence to each of you. We might not have discussed everything right now, Senju said. Tsunade, as everyone dispersed, went to the forest of death, but not alone. There she was supposed to meet Itachi and Kyomi. The uchiha were punctual as always, arriving in a few seconds. How Tsunade sent Itachi's raven after leaving the residence. Now you are all clean, I think if you want you can go back to your homes, said Tsunade. Naruto. Kyomi said softly. Kyomi. Uzumaki spoke softly. They came as close to each other as possible. I kept looking at it. Itachi and Sasuke have already experienced the power of her fists with chakra. And now they wanted to see the same thing with Naruto. Flashback, Itachi and Sasuke ran at an average pace and didn't really run away from the borders of the village when they saw Kyomi. All at once they stopped looking into each other's eyes. The girl's eyes were red, traces of frozen tears were spreading across the cheeks. It was obvious she didn't cry and didn't sleep for days to break the barrier. You. Don't you love me that much? Kyomi said, and moisture accumulated in her eyes again. The girl quietly let go of her head and began to shed her crystal-clear tears. They have never done anything wrong to anyone in their entire life. Didn't even kill a fly. We, Kyomi, the brothers stuttered closer. How abruptly Kyomi straightened up and crossed her arms over her chest. And her eyes looked down at her brothers. It's a pose, those eyes, even a gesture with your hands. Dad, the brothers thought sharply about the same thing. And then there was almost a 2-hour beating on their heads under the screams of the uchi. Then, of course, the girl cured all these bruises herself. When the girl treated the brothers, they again thought about the same thing. The end of the flashback, Kyomi is simple. Naruto was starting to say, you, just an ass, I know it's your idea that I know Naruto, I can feel it. Why are you doing this to me? I opened your barrier like crying. You confessed your feelings to me in order to quit, I don't understand, Kyomi said, while she beat Naruto on the chest. Naruto wanted to protect her from others. Protect her hands from blood. But she almost misunderstood him. Although now she was crying with happiness. From happiness that Uzumaki is alive. There near the prison, she was holding back her tears. Uzumaki raised his hands to the level of her back and gently pressed Kyomi. The girl accepted the embrace of a loved one without resistance. Everything will be fine now, Naruto said. So the troubles in Konoha ended. There were difficult years ahead of building trust in a new way. Nothing happens fast. Scared people, it's very bad. They are easy to manage. And encourage them to do rash things. They were difficult not only because of perestroika, but they also do not stand on the sidelines. As the years went by, the village again gathered its momentum. Not only on the domestic market, but also on the world market. People were returning to the village. In the first few months, several festivals were held, which were missed. The clans agreed with the situation of the once criminals. Naruto, Sasuke, and Kyomi received the titles of Chunin. Itachi became a jounin again. Each of them spent their first days in the village in their own way. Naruto visited the grave of his parents and Mikoto. There he spent the whole day telling what happened to him. Kyomi shared the burden with him. Time, they say, heals everything, but not the wounds that remained on the soul from the loss of loved ones. When you lose loved ones, the wounds from this forever walk with you in the shower. Everyone draws their own conclusions from this. Someone begins to appreciate life even better, someone on the contrary thinks that life is very short and there is no point in it. The morning in Konoha did not start as usual. And with the sounds of gunshots. Perhaps if there was no barrier, then the heroes could also be hurt. Naruto's house has become a home for all uchi. It was painful for them to come back. Naruto looked at Kyomi lying on the next bed. She slept so sweetly. Her long hair inexplicably did not get tangled, but lay behind her, obediently waiting for the mistress to wake up. Uzumaki wasn't even surprised that the girl was in the same room with him. But Naruto has not yet dared to go further than short kisses. He didn't want to appear preoccupied in front of the girl. Naruto quickly took his equipment and ran outside before kissing the girl on the forehead, which made Kyomi shrink a little more into a pillow, while burrowing under the blanket like a kitty. Naruto was running down the street and saw a strange man grab Shizune by the throat, throwing 2 kunai directly at the man with the piercing. Naruto waited for the moment. The path of a person does not just beat off kunai or evades, but jumps back a decent distance, as if knowing about Naruto's ability. But whether he knows Naruto's technique or not, Uzumaki didn't care. He wanted to save Shizune. And as the current kunai were over her beaten, but still alive body, Naruto appeared and walked around the corner of the house. Naruto quietly put the girl's body on the ground when he heard someone's voice. "Naruto Uzumaki, we needed you," said the Way of Man. The red-haired man did not want to endanger Shizune and came out of hiding. "Us?" Naruto asked. "Yes, you will become one of the bricks that will be the beginning of a new world," said the Way of Man. "Do you need me or Biju?" Naruto asked. "You very perceptive." "We need the current 9-tailed one inside you," said the Way of Man. "Then I'm waiting for you, at the Valley of Completion." Naruto said, "So you want to sacrifice yourself for the sake of the village?" "Heroic, however." "I accept it," said the Way of Man. "Where is Naruto Uzumaki?" the blue-haired girl asked. At the same time, she wrapped her shinobi body with her shinobi body paper. "Fuck off," only said Shinobi before his death. "Conan, let's go," a voice sounded so cold and warm at the same time. "Have you found the Jinchuriki yet?" Conan asked. "Yes, our battle will be at the Valley of Completion." "Very interesting name, it? We've already gathered all the tailed ones. Peace will finally be overtaken," Pain said. "Yes, interesting," Conan said. "What's wrong with you?" Pain asked. "Nothing," Conan said. "I've noticed it in you for a long time. You've been acting weird since Itachi left." "Well, it can wait. First Naruto Uzumaki," said Pain and flew away. Me. "I'm sorry Nagato," Conan said. Toka and freed the people behind her from the cocoons. After all, they were still alive. The Valley of Completion is the site of a legendary battle between Madara Uchiha, who sought to destroy Konoha with the help of a tamed Kubi, and Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, where a majestic monument is erected to both of them. It is located on the border with the country of Sound. Since their most powerful techniques collided there, Susanoo and the balls of the tailed kurama on the one hand and the supreme transformation of the Buddha used by the statue of the True Thousand Hands on the other, large-scale destruction in the area created this valley. Only at the end of the battle did the valley take on its original appearance. It was in honor of this battle of legends that 2 monuments of eternal opponents were created, putting together the traditional seal of confrontation, which enemies always do before the upcoming battle. It was unusually quiet here now. The water could be heard crashing down and hitting the water surface from below. Despite the rocky terrain around, you could see birds that made nests right on the monuments. Surprisingly, the place where the battle of the great Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju was will become the site of a new battle. This time it is not the fate of the village, relatives, friends that is at stake, but much more. The whole world is at stake. Naruto, if we lose, there will be no one to save us. Do you understand? Kurama was saying, yes. But this way we can save more lives. You saw them completely destroying it. And after our dialogue, the draft animals disappeared in the village. Only the fires remained, Naruto said. Tell me. Why do you need this village? She only recently accepted you, considering you an enemy before that? Kurama asked, are you so afraid of something? Naruto asked in response. You can answer a question with a question. Uzumaki sucks. Should I consider you heroic like your father or crazy like your mother? Biju asked, both of them. Naruto said, smiling. Well, let's go Naruto. Kurama roared. Valley of Completion. A beautiful place, the sight of majestic statues speaks of the once great power of Konohagakure no Sato. But now this wondrous place will become a battlefield for the two owners of the Rinnegan. Naruto makes the last jump and ends up on the head of Hashirama Senju, as at the same moment 6 of Pain's bodies appear. Are you ready to become the key to achieving peace? Asked the body, which was not much different from the others. I'm ready to give you a hard time. That's what I'm ready for, the red-haired man said. Kuchi's Rinnegan, one of the bodies shouted, calling the bird. The loud cry of the beast caused the flying foliage nearby to scatter in all directions. She flew up with one flap of her wings. The bird disappeared behind the clouds in the sky. Another body abruptly pulls out its own arm, showing its mechanical weapon and pointing it towards Naruto. Missiles in the amount of 10 pieces flew at the enemy. Rockets at medium speed flew to the head of the first one, shattering the places where they hit. Naruto easily got away from them only by jumping up to a sufficiently high distance. Again, the cry of the beast deafened everything around, and the long beak of the bird punches Naruto and crashes into the statue at great speed, which was already without a head. And now she broke it even before the torso. Naruto, who at the very first moment receives such an attack, understands that the battles before that were just children's games. I would either be a weakling compared to him or else. I'm not paying attention, damn Naruto, focus, Uzumaki thought, you really not attentive Naruto, turn on the full. Don't feel sorry for my chakra, Kurama said. That's not really good, Kurama. I'll try to destroy a couple of bodies myself. Naruto was still turning in his head. Naruto threw himself off a huge boulder. There was a huge wound on his stomach. A couple of ribs were broken. Internal bleeding was already going on. But Biju's chakra quickly restored Uzumaki. The red-haired man shook the dust off his laps a little, as he noticed that the bird was diving down again. Naruto jumps up doing a somersault forward, as the bird crashes into the place where he was standing again. She is pretty tired of Naruto, and in a jump, Uzumaki throws a pair of black rods charged with fire chakra. The bird flared up like a box of matches. Naruto landed on the water as a bird falls water behind him, raising waves of water. And completely dousing Naruto. All this has not gone away from other bodies that have not moved yet. The bird began to sink, and then it dissipated. Uzumaki smiled a little and ran at the enemy on the water. One body after another jumped from the head of Uchiha Madara. Naruto stopped abruptly and began to fold the seals. Water release, water dragon projectile technique, Naruto already shouted after a series of seals. A sea monster came out of the water at great speed. He's carrying on Pain's bodies, trying to destroy them all. Straight into the flying bodies formed a strange position. At the same time, one of them came forward. Think you surprised me, Naruto said, but Pain didn't hear that. The dragon was already coming forward, opening its mouth, and the body was putting its hands forward to absorb the technique. As the dragon twisted, passing to the right, it was immediately noticed by other bodies. The path of man took the path of the beast by the scruff of the neck and threw it to the side away from the attack. At this moment, the dragon captured the path of a man, crashed into Madara's head with him, smashing the body into pieces. Pain's ways were just as on the water now as Naruto's. A small battle of looks, and again Naruto ran forward. Uzumaki reduced the distance to a minimum, entering into close combat with the path of the beast. A kick from Uzumaki, a light block from a girl. Immediately, a blow from the other leg to the face, but even then the girl bent over, missing the blow from above. Naruto creates 2 Raisengans and abruptly removes his legs back in order to hit the enemy with Raisengans. The attack was not successful again. Shinra Tensei said the path of Deva. Naruto flies off into the rock, and receives new damage on his own. Uzumaki wiped the blood that trickled from his mouth. Naruto, don't hold back, look, Kurama said. Uzumaki Toka now noticed that all 6 bodies were in front of him again. They were all like dolls, there was absolutely no emotion on their faces. Naruto Uzumaki, you can win, give up, said Pain. We'll see about that, said Naruto, and entering the Biju chakra mode. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Konan was looking for Itachi's chakra. She was able to see it on one of the blown-up buildings. Flying up to him, Konan looked at Itachi's back and lowered her head, gathering her strength. A second later, she felt a cold blade at her throat. Opening her eyes, Konan saw Itachi. Itachi, the Akatsuki still came for Naruto, I'm looking. And now they've decided to kill me for one more thing. Tell me where Naruto is? Itachi spoke with cold. Itachi, I'm not there anymore, Konan said, what are you talking about? Itachi continued everything. Konan took off the organization's cloak, showing her beautiful form. Her revealing outfit could fascinate any man. No wonder she was called a divine angel by residents. Although they were able to keep in mind the fact that it was she who connected Nagato and the village. Who was considered a god in the village. But this could now be said about her outfit. She was wearing tight pants that barely reached her stomach. Her outfit covered only her neck and chest, leaving the rest bare. From behind, starting from the belt, something in the form of a small cloak hung down, covering her 5th point. Look on the internet, that year with you on missions, I understood a lot. And I made conclusions, Konan said, falling to her knees. Tears came from her eyes. Well, what did you understand? Itachi said, again with the same coldness, you really different, all you did was for the sake of the family. You a lot more than you let on. And those moments when you saved me proved it, Konan revealed. Having lost Yahiko, she realized that it was worth fighting for her love to the end. Or you may not even taste it, I am surprised by your analytical abilities. Especially considering I didn't say much. But what do you mean by that? Did you come to me so that I would protect you from Akatsuki? Itachi didn't understand. I struggled with loneliness for a long time and then decided to blindly believe the words of my friend. But then you came along and changed me, Konan said, get to the point. Itachi hurried, I love you Itachi. Konan said, looking into Itachi's eyes, who was standing in shock. Naruto quickly got close to Pain, who absorbed techniques and threw him into the rock with a blow. One blow was enough for Uzumaki to break the defense of Pain. Throwing kunai on the battered body, Uzumaki rushed at maximum speed behind the summoning body. Destroying Pain's vigilance. Naruto creates 2 shadow clones. Right on the run, Uzumaki throws a throwing weapon from his back, shuriken shadow cloning technique, throws a hail of shurikens through the body of Naruto Pain. But as expected, she easily leaves thanks to the bodies that were on top. Naruto now, Kurama shouted, the technique of the flying thunder god, Rasengan, has already heard the path of Naraki who was trying to restore the body. Rasengan's blow sent Naraki into the water column, burying him there. The paths of Man and Azura abruptly jumped down, destroying Naruto clones. Uzumaki dodged all the missiles with filigree precision. And he threw 6 kunai in the direction of 3. They mistakenly thought that it was the thunder god's technique again, but they were mistaken. A huge explosion sounded, raising pillars of water to the top. The water rose up creating a small veil, when suddenly a strange sound sounded. Marking the end of 3 paths, Chidori, said Naruto, directing the concentrated chakra of the air at the water molecules. Lightning using water droplets, reached the paths of the pain at once destroying them. Completely burned bodies fell into the water. There was a sound from behind, landing on the water. Naruto turned in the direction of the sound, feeling an evil look on him. You surprised me, Naruto Uzumaki. Until that time, I didn't consider you a worthy opponent. But you were able to convince me. You are the first one who has lived up to such a moment, Pain said. Naruto, be careful, Kurama warned. Yeah, everything will be fine, buddy, said Naruto. Naruto and Pain are getting closer, but the head of the organization is there. Loses, catching all Uzumaki's blows in the face. One by one, Naruto's punches went straight to the target. Pain begins to retreat for his latest technique on which he has put everything. Uzumaki noticed how a black, incomprehensible circle hung over them. And as for the 5th blow in a row, Pain does not block, but simply concentrates the chakra, Shinra Tensei, from which Naruto flew into Madara's rock, breaking his other leg. Get ready, Fox, Naruto heard. Chibaku Tensei, Pain shouted. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. There was a huge amount of chakra invested in the technique. Naruto began to tremble and he noticed how the boulders from the head of the first and Madara began to rise, as they were the closest. Starting from the top and slowly descending, everything begins to be attracted to this strange circle. Damn, what is this? Naruto thought, trying to get down away from the impact of technology. But nothing worked. Naruto, try to hit her with a water shark projectile, Kurama prompted. Why her? Naruto asked. It is based on the absorption of the chakra of the opponent's technique. You look at how much of it there is inside, use it against the enemy, Kurama said. Thank you, Ku, said Naruto, starting to fold the seals. Water release, the great shark projectile technique. A huge shark rose out of the water, which devoured all the boulders along the way and eventually absorbed the Pain technique. The bright light blinded everything at once. Explosion, huge explosion. He destroyed the great statues cleanly. The great waterfall just dried up. Naruto looked at Pain's body, which had somehow gotten out of the wreckage. Cho, you said you beat me there, said Naruto. Naruto was exhausted, his chakra was at its limit. Naruto, our connection is coming to an end. One attack is all we have, Biju warned. One is enough, my friend, said Naruto. Uzumaki ran at Pain again and flew into the rock from Pain's technique. It was a mistake. Taking advantage of those very 5 seconds, Naruto managed to get closer and break through the last body of Pain with the help of Chidori. Naruto, I hope you guessed that all these bodies are just dolls and nothing more. Find the real one. Try to use their piercing, Kurama prompted. Uzumaki fulfilled his friend's request and felt the emotions and chakra of the opponent in the distance. Well done, now follow him, Kurama said. Chicken, no, Biju said sharply. Well, Kuramushka, Naruto continued to press. Well, to hell with you, do Uzumaki. But if you turn into a tree later, it's not my fault, Biju said. Naruto sat down and began to accumulate the chakra of nature. In training, he was only able to enter it once. This Sanenmoto was personally designed by Hashirama Senju. At that time, no one knew that the call could teach such a thing. But the first Hokage knew about the power of nature, and for many years he stole it from his will under the supervision of his younger brother. Naruto has unusual pigments around his eyes, as Hashirama Senju once had, strengthening the body, as well as chakra channels. Naruto ran towards the remaining one at a decent speed. Not as fast as in Bijou fashion, but still. How cool it would be to combine the modes, Naruto thought. Don't even think about it, Sapliak. I let you go because my chakra is over, Kurama said. Well, what are you so right away? Naruto persuaded his friend. After a few minutes, Naruto stood in front of a man chained in a strange mechanism and with red hair. Here you are, Naruto Uzumaki, said Nagato's rattle. He felt his end, blood was coming out of his mouth. And the body of the fir tree held on. Even after defeating Naruto, Nagato wouldn't be able to live for long. You know what's going to happen now, right? Naruto asked. Yes, Nagato smiled maliciously and folded a strange seal. At the same time, he began to shout at the top of his voice. The head of the King of Hell came out of the ground, releasing one soul that flew to an unknown place. Nagato died from the latest technique. Naruto didn't even need to move to kill the enemy. I can swear, but it was just now. Kurama thought. What is kurama? Naruto asked. I don't even know how to describe it, but big problems are waiting for you soon, Naruto, Kurama said. What are you talking about? Naruto asked, still not understanding. What will come to you? Your enemy is much stronger than all of them put together before, Bijou warned. You made a noise, Naruto Uzumaki. A strange voice sounded in the darkness. Who are you? Naruto asked. I came here for my eyes, so far, that you don't need to know who I am, said the mysterious man. Naruto, run, you can do it alone here, Kurama warned. Understood, Kurama, said Naruto abruptly, jumping away from this place far away. Will you explain it to me? Naruto asked. Just know your enemy will be very strong, Kurama warned. You don't make it clear. I now seem to have defeated the head of the organization. Now there are only Zetsu and Masaknik left in it. What do you think I'm going to fight with God there? Naruto asked. Yes, with God. Naruto got to Konoha, but more slowly. All the way, the question, who was there, was flying in his head. To Naruto's surprise, everyone in Konoha smiled at him and even asked about his well-being. Although it is not surprising that they could lose their home. Or worse, his life. Only one person was interested in Naruto right now, and it was the girl who is now standing in front of him. Beautiful facial features, long hair that was now blowing in the wind. Uzumaki caught the scent of her perfume a long time ago. Coming up from behind Naruto, quietly hugged the girl. Naruto, are you all right? The girl asked excitedly. Yes, how are you doing here? Naruto asked in response. Well, we didn't lose so many civilians, which can't be said about shinobi, the girl said with disappointment. Don't be sad, it's better to be happy for those who were able to escape today. Let's go, Naruto said, taking the girl's hand unexpectedly. Where is Naruto going? Kyomi said, all red. Quickly reaching the house, Naruto dragged Kyomi into the bath with him. Maybe in the shower? It's hot today, even after the fight, I'm covered in mud, Naruto explained. Two of you, do you want me there? The girl was eating. She was all red. She was running her fingers through her hair, and her legs were cracking treacherously. All this betrayed the girl. The first time you will not be in the shower. Yes, and he will be the first one for me, obviously not here. What? Naruto said. The girl sat down on a chair and kicked off her white shoes. And then she took off her black stockings, exposing her legs. Kyomi took off her gloves with light movements of her hands. And then she turned her back on Naruto. Naru, could you? The girl spoke timidly. Naruto untied a small knot from which the dress immediately fell to the floor. Black underwear was now on the girl, emphasizing her beauty. A tight ass that even without the efforts of the girl herself stood like a nut. Well, beautiful breasts. Many people dream of having at least one of them. But Kyomi was lucky she was gifted by nature with two at once. Only Naruto fell in love with the girl, not for the body, he fell in love with her soul. Naruto quietly removed his hair and stretched the girl's bra from behind. Kyomi immediately blushed all over and covered her chest with her hand. Naruto came up from the front and looked into the girl's eyes. I love you, and today in battle I thought only about you. That you wouldn't do anything stupid. I prayed that you wouldn't get into our fight. You stole my soul, Kyomi. I hope you didn't use your sensei's eyes on me. Naruto spoke affectionately. I love you too. And only Itachi stopped me. I had to beat him. I already wanted to go help, but you did it faster. And no, I didn't apply it. Even if I sort everything out in your head, I won't be able to build everything the way you love me now, the girl said, still standing in front of Uzumaki, confused. Naruto pressed the girl to his naked body. They were both almost naked now. Kyomi responded to the hugs by responding in kind. Naruto picked up the girl in his arms and sat down with her in the bath. The warm water that immediately made Uzumaki and Uchiha smile was very pleasant. Nara, let me, said the girl, standing up from Naruto's feet so that her bosom was at the level of the face with Uzumaki. Kyomi quietly took off her panties, showing her treasure. You can't call it anything else. Naruto took hold of the girl's ass and pressed her body to his face. Naruto's warm, gentle tongue stroked along her womb from beginning to end. The girl arched back and moaned softly. Then she already felt how Uzumaki was sitting on her feet. After spending about 15 minutes in the water, the couple went to the shower. The bath clearly did not suit Naruto. In the shower, Naruto saw the girl in full growth. After standing under the shower for a few minutes, washing off the foam from the bath, they were silent. The girl took shampoo and decided to wash her hair. She took her curls and moved them from behind her back forward. It was easier to wash that way. But someone grabbed her hand. Let me, said Naruto, smiling. Taking the shampoo, Naruto awkwardly lowered it onto the girl's head. Uzumaki's hands touched her hair. Inch by inch Naruto walked along these beautiful hair. After washing off the shampoo, Naruto realized one simple thing. His pants are very tight from the moment they undressed. His desire to give the girl more was huge. Kyomi was very timid, but she still understood what was there. She herself did not understand what she wanted now. Turn around abruptly and kiss Uzumaki or get away from here. But there was only one thing in my head. Today I almost lost him again. That I won't let him go now. If he is not there, I can't stand it, the girl thought. And then 18 plus Lehman, which I will not describe. A year has already passed since those events. There was no calm situation in the world, there was a war. Not any difference between the villages. And the most unusual one that no one has ever seen. All villages united for the sake of a common enemy, Akatsuki. Most recently, Naruto learned from Konan that Jiraiya died in a battle with Pain even before the battle with him. On the very first day, the enemy army released its trump cards, namely the army of the resurrected. With the help of Naruto and his sensory abilities, the alliance was able to survive after the enemy began masquerading as friends. The army of the undefeated began to leave at one moment, which meant that the battle was coming to an end, but it was only by the second day. By this point, the alliance only had time to read the number of deaths. When they already thought that everything. The armies of the dead were defeated, as was the army of the White Zetsu. All the shinobi gathered in the same place where they were going, but then instead of 5 Kage, he came out into the light. Black hair, eyes in which there was not even a particle of light. Red armor, gunbai and a scythe behind his back as if he marks death. It was Uchiha Madara himself. But not resurrected, but alive. There was power in him. A man appeared nearby. To the surprise of many, he was all in white robes. He held a staff in his hands. There was a Sharingan in one eye and a Rinnegan in the other. It was as if they were waiting, specially waiting for everyone to come together in order to destroy everyone at once. Of course, everyone was asking questions. Do we really have to fight these monsters, and where are the 5 Kage? It's amazing that you were able to unite. I'm amazed. My childhood friend's dream really came true. But now my time has come, Madara said. On whom is it better to use this Naruto technique? Asked Kyomi. Tell me what would be on Madara, prompted Kurama. Madara, said Naruto. The eternal Manjikyu Sharingan appeared in the girl's eyes. And at that moment, Madara's life changed. Those dreams of his, memories of his life, disappeared. Obsolete no everything. He became a pawn himself. Then, before the eyes of the entire alliance, there was a battle between the Jinchuriki of the 10th and Madara, where the shinobi god emerged victorious. Madara, after defeating Obito, frees all the Biju. And destroys the Black Zetsu. And then he jumps to the girl. And he bends his knee. Everything is done, my queen. Madara spoke without emotion. Everyone was in shock. Free, Kyomi gave the command. Is he your guard now? Naruto asked in shock. Well, you could say that, Kyomi said, giggling a little. Even the resurrected Kage weren't needed, Kyomi said. Yes, today I see everything is still tied to Uchiha, said Tobirama. And I just didn't want to fight, Hashirama said. Naruto, I see you were able to make friends with Biju, asked Minato. Yes, father, Naruto said bitterly. Why are you so upset, son? Minato asked. I could not save many in this war. Friends died, people died, Naruto said. Understand that war is always death. And nothing else. Any war has to do with it. You look like my brother, he just like you tried to save everyone except yourself. For which he paid, Tobirama said. We inherited his will of fire, Naruto said. I can call you the heir of Hashirama. After all, there are only a few people like you and my brother, Tobirama said while Hashirama looked at all this seriously. It's been 2 years since then. In the war, people lost their friends, loved ones, children. The price for the victory was great. But everyone can be proud because their sacrifice was not in vain. Naruto came home after the mission as a girl hangs around his neck and gives his passionate kiss. There was a smile on his face. Do we have guests? Naruto asked. Yes, let's go, Kyomi said. Hi mom, hello Mikoto-san, greeted Naruto. An alternative ending, or better to say an addition, war. At the mention of this word, the first thing we all remember is the people who were killed. No, there is no thinking now not only about those who participated, but also about people who did not even touch her, but were mercilessly entangled in this wheel of hatred. The Fourth Shinobi World War is a battle of the whole world against just two. But the word of everything here is not very reasonable, because one of them is Uchiha Madara, but the second one became famous thanks to the tailed ones absorbed by him, and all at once. Thanks to just one girl's eyes, the alliance didn't lose too many people. It wasn't easy to make the shinobi god look into the girl's eyes. But after numerous losses and after these two managed to defeat 5 Kage, we managed to carry out our plans and everything worked out better than ever. The Jinchuriki of all Biju were destroyed by Naruto and Sasuke, and Madara was defeated and consequently sealed with the help of Kyomi's eyes. Our heroes returned home to the great happiness for all of them. None of the 4 died. Naruto was preparing for his last triumph, one might say. After Uzumaki got 4 bodies, 3 victims and a Shinigami mask. Everything was ready. Uzumaki came to the ruins of his clan's temple in the village and went inside and placed the bodies of 4 people in front of him. Whirlpool signs were painted on the walls, and torches hung to the right and left of each, adding to the gloomy atmosphere. A long series of seals began to be folded by our Uzumaki, and now behind him there is a symbol, no, not the one to the deity of the Uzumaki clan. This is not surprising because no one will be able to put a seal stronger than the Shinigami himself. Shinigami-sama, I ask you for 1 soul in return. I am ready to give you these 3. Naruto said, bowing his head. Shinigami looked at Naruto for a long time, but a slow nod lowered the pressure in the room. After taking 3 souls, Shinigami releases Minato's soul. Divine Resurrection Technique. Naruto screams, making only 1 seal and concentrating on the maximum. The head of the King of Hell comes out of the ground and releases 3 more souls, and then all 4 souls re-enter their bodies. Naruto tried to catch his breath for a few seconds. The tips of his hair sat. Even having a huge Uzumaki vitality, this technique required quite a lot from him. Looking up at the people, he nodded to the clones. The clones approached the bodies and, holding their eyelids, tried to lift them, but the bodies abruptly grabbed their hands and asked only one question: what are you doing? Don't worry, it will hurt a little, but you will be able to see, said Naruto. Naru, is that you? Kushina said in shock, yes, Mom. Naruto said with tears of happiness. Meanwhile, Kyomi, Sasuke, Itachi and Konan followed the clone to the shelter. Naru, where are you taking us at 12 o'clock in the morning? 8 Sleepy Kyomi said, it's important. Well, let me carry you. Abruptly appearing behind his back after his words, Naruto took the girl in his arms. Not in front of us. Sasuke said softly, bro, you're still as stupid. Itachi said, meanwhile, the clones reimplanted the eyes and with the help of a mystical hand helped the eyes recover faster. 1 by 1, they opened their eyes and raised their torsos in the direction where Naruto was sitting. Naruto, what are you doing here? Kyomi asked in shock. She immediately got off the clone and looked first at her mother sitting peacefully and laughing at her, and then at Uzumaki. Naruto, are you serious or have you decided to turn clones into parents with the help of henge? Sasuke quipped and walked up to Fugaku and looked into his eyes. They are similar of course, but stop this nonsense, it pisses me off a little. Sasuke declared and sharply hit Fugaku in the stomach. Fugaku cleared his throat a little and looked at his son and made that very serious look. Naruto, why did you bring me back, so that my son would beat me up? Fugaku asked. Sasuke looked at Mikoto and Kushina who were laughing and at Minato who was rubbing the back of his head, all laughing. And then turning his head towards Naruto, he only mouthed, are they alive? There was a nod in response, but before Sasuke could do anything, Kyomi hugged her mother and dropped her back. She began to cry from the whole situation, and she hugged her mother in full. I didn't expect anything else, said Fugaku. He already knew who Kyomi loved more. Kushina and Minato approached their son and sat down next to him and snuggled up to him. Father, you are younger than Mom by several years. Naruto whispered softly, I'll walk you for an hour, you bastard. Hitting her son and husband on the head, she quickly cooled their ardor. I love you Kushina and I will not cheat on you. Minato said, I love you. Kushina already said lovingly and hugged 2 at once. Itachi took a couple of steps back and, leaning against the wall, slid down. His eyes shed tears in an unusual way. He was afraid to look into the eyes of his parents. Konan sat down next to him and only looked at him with sadness. Daughter, I love you too, stop crying. Mikoto said, smiling, Mom, I can't help crying. I missed you so much and I can't afford to leave you anymore. Kyomi was crying all over. Son, you've got a good punch, of course, but I won't let that happen another time. Fugaku declared, Father, I'm sorry. Sasuke said in tears, Hey not a raincoat. Said Fugaku. Mikoto stood up with Kyomi and then they noticed Itachi, but he was the worst here. The woman, unable to bear it, went to him. Kyomi noticed her serious father and rushed to hug him. "Dad, you're like always." Kyomi only stated. Fugaku unexpectedly hugged his daughter tighter. Mikoto, unable to bear it, raised Itachi's head and wiped the tears that had run down from his face. A kiss on the forehead and Mikoto found herself in Itachi's arms. "Mom, I don't deserve this, I know that. But I will still love you," Itachi declared. "I love you, son. Will you introduce me to this beauty?" Mikoto asked, winking at Konan. Fugaku, Sasuke and Kyomi also approached them. "Well, introduce me, too, son, I want to know," Fugaku asked with a small smile on his face. "Son, you have united the family again, saved the world, and all these are worthy deeds. I'm proud of you," Minato declared. "Son, you're doing great. Well, shall we go from here? By the way, who is this?" Minato asked. "These three were sentenced to death, but Marino Ibiki found out about their fate and gave them to me. You use this technique again and you won't be able to sit on your ass." Kushina shouted. A large group of people left the house, and they went to Uzumaki's house. There was definitely enough room for everyone there. They went home and immediately split into two. The girls and women went to make tea and whatever else, and the male sex settled on the sofas and began to wait peacefully talking. "Listen, Naruto, how did it happen that you possess, as you say, the genes of both clans?" Fugaku asked. "Probably this is a question for me." "Well, my mother was an uchiha, but she couldn't wake up her eyes, and my father, no matter how amazing it sounded, was senju with such hair. I couldn't inherit large reserves of chakra from my father, and I couldn't even inherit my eyes from my mother. Well, that's how it is," Minato was saying. But it didn't work out to continue because everything was ready, and after tea at 2 o'clock in the morning they began to move into rooms. Sasuke went to Hinata, Konan and Itachi stayed at home. Naruto placed Mikoto and Fugaku on the opposite side of the parents' room. And now standing near the door to his once room. "Well, Mom, Dad, this is your room, and we'll go to the spare room," said Naruto. "Well, we could go to that room ourselves." "Well, if you ask so, then no problem," said Minato. "Good night," Naruto said as he left, but without the girl, since she was in Kushina's arms. "Uti, what a cutie, I'm squeezing to death now." Clutching Kyomi in her arms, she said. "Kushina, thank you for choosing our blockhead, you really look after him. My hope is in you," Kushina declared, while Naruto's eye began to twitch. "Of course, Kushina-san, I'm glad you're with us, because I love you too," Kyomi said. "Well, I won't let you go," Kushina was saying, but Minato and Naruto separated them after these words. Naruto escorted the girl to the room, and he went to wash himself. After the procedure, Naruto wanted to open the door as Mikoto appears there. Without a chance for Uzumaki, he finds himself in the arms of Mikoto. "Naruto, thank you so much, I won't be able to repay you properly, but if you need anything, then come," Mikoto declared, but then Naruto himself pressed her to him. "No need, Mikoto-san, I am very glad that I could help you, you are no longer a stranger to me," Naruto said. Mikoto reached out and kissed Naruto on the cheek, from which he blushed and hurried away. "Otherwise, Kyomi will kill him later." This night was incredibly quiet, which cannot be said about the other. Well, barriers to help. Although they didn't hear each other, they understood what was going on. 10 years later. 4 more houses appeared near the house. Minato and Kushina's house remained behind them. They were a big family. There was a replenishment in every house. Fugaku and Mikoto had a boy named Tashina. Itachi and Konan had a baby girl, Misaki. Kushina and Minato were also replenished. They had a boy with blonde Menma hair. Naruto and Kyomi, they had 2 children, a boy with Aizen's father's hair and a girl with Aika's mother's hair. The world of shinobi has changed forever, peace has finally come. The end.